Well, that should hopefully be ads done with. Hello, Johan or Johan? I'm assuming Johan. But hello. Thank you for the follow and everything. Uh, Now, I'll be honest, this game's a lot darker than I thought it would be. I don't mean we need to turn on the lights. I mean, the first case was about someone's son being held hostage in a game to blackmail the father who'd been sexually abusing their female workers. So I mean, I'm enjoying it. It's maybe not the most marketable game for streaming, but I'm having fun. I'm having fun. Hello, Secker, by the way. Just loading up the game. I'll let you see since we've got the game capture working. I mean, I am having fun. I'm gonna keep playing through it at least today's stream, I'm thinking. I'll maybe do Cult of the Lamb another time. Because, I mean, Cult of the Lamb's fun. I've been playing it in my spare time. It's a lovely game. It's even got Twitch integration. But yeah, just need to jump into the game, I guess. Now, I will ask, anyone in the chat, do you know much about the game? I mean, Sekur and Johan, if you're still there. Because, I mean, I don't know a lot about the game. I'm having a good time, but apart from this first case, I know next to nothing, if not nothing. It was a new costume. I genuinely don't know. I mean, people are giving bits towards it slowly. So, once it's been filled, I'll, put out a poll or something in the Discord, I don't know. Figure out what we get. Yeah. Last time, finished up the first case. Turned on our, AI assistant system in the house. Because there'd been a power cut. And apart from that, I don't really know what we're going on to do next. I mean, assumedly there's a new case. So I mean, let's start with this. I'll just... I don't know how that would smell, but... I love the smell of computer booting in the morning. Money from the latest contract could be used to get a few upgrades. Nah, there could be other expenses. I mean, games immediately. Okay, I mean, I'm assuming this isn't us going into a game, we're not going into BDSM, online, are we? I don't think that's what we're doing at this point in the morning. What's Void Star? Recently earned in several games, but was recently focused on one, Void Stars. Still in development, even though it had already been released. It was supposed to be bigger than all previous space simulations, though that was hard to imagine. I'd already bought a few ships. I couldn't help myself. They're damn expensive, but what the hell. I loved looking at my fleet. I mean... we've got the option. Should we just buy a new ship? I don't think this is going to matter in any way, but I think we do. What's more exciting than expanding one's fleet? That much hyped Vulture X sure was tempting. Fantastic exploration vessel with a medical bay, a hangar of scouting ship, strong armour, a crew of bots at your command, all for bargain price. The price would increase later. We're doing in-game microtransactions in an in-game game. What on earth? Alright. Pricey but reasonable. I bought it. I was a proud owner of the Vulture X. Beware, space pirates. The Void Avenger takes to the stars. We'll explore new systems once they were added to the game. We've just been scammed. You know what? Still think it's worth it. Still think it's worth it. Enter the hangar. The spawn all ships option. Oh no, where was the spawn all ships option? Found it and selected it. What a beautiful view. Steering from the lightless vessels, Flyrock, an interceptor spacecraft, Sidehawk, an assault unit, Orca, an infantry carrying dropship, a gunship giant, and the two jewels in the crown, Corsair, a big exploration ship, and Skywalk, a merchant vessel, solid as it was bulky, beauties all of them. Finally, the latest, most gorgeous addition, the Vulture X, multi-use deep reconnaissance unit. I loved and missed it already. Brilliant. Welcome to the Void. We know you want to play, and so do we. Unfortunately, we're carrying out a maintenance check, so we can constantly improve. I'll be back soon. Too bad. I wanted to see the Vulture in space, or in front of the Cosmoport. Maybe among other ships. Pretty much anywhere in the game. Yeah, we're not doing just in the fire ship. We're staying far away from that. Let's look at mail. That probably makes sense. Mr. Gamedec, got a problem. Transfer's gone through. Find me in harvest time. Once you're there, I'll toss a clue your way. Attached was an invitation to location in harvest time, and an advance. Standard rate, plus a few pennies after decimal point. The way in which the letter was written, coupled with the advance, suggested I'd be dealing with something odd. Nevertheless, I took the contract, partly because I didn't have any others. Anything on the net? You can check the official website, you can check a form. I don't know if we care about the Hodden clan. That's like the weird cult rigging their headsets or whatever to make it like hallucinate them or something so they could see their god or something of that nature. Yeah, official website. Harvest Time is a free-to-play farm game with outdoor adventure. What are you waiting for? Breed horses, cows, pumpkins, strawberries? Strawberries in the Wild West. Yeah, that's a weird place for strawberries. You'd think it'd be too hot and dry, but fair enough. Every detail mattered in the Gamedec's work. I looked at the tips section. Strawberries, friend. Folks put barrels of ice near strawberries, they'll grow like crazy. Mindful, only premium players have access to barrels. Next, community, cheaters. You know these players in orange? Do you think they're cheaters or just fucking lucky? Nothing like a pleasant community of farmers. I'd seen enough. So watch out for people in orange potentially hacking the game. And I guess that means we need to jump into our chair, right? Virtual couch made by Surfer Industries. Not one of their finest, or not one of their newest models, but it was still reliable. At least I thought it was. What would call it a gateway to the sensory worlds. To me it was just a tool of my trade. I mean, I'm assuming it's all fine. I'll check the fluid level. Fluid levels were low. I had a few tanks left, but it's always good to have a bit. Deserves. Let's order some. Done. Delivery drone will be here in a few hours. I guess just log in. Cool. So we're now going to the Wild West for our next job. This is hopefully better than the previous contract. I'm really hoping it just chucked you into the deep end to try and get you used to everything. Well, we'll need to see though, won't we? I really do hope it turns out to be not anything ethically questionable I'm getting up to. And okay. So here we are. Sumidling NPC, Sumidling other NPC, right?
Howdy, howdy, howdy! Welcome to High Rock, the most beautiful town in the Wild West.
Okay, so I need to try and match that voice. Game, you're really making this hard for me. Name's Andy Joe. I'm a helper. Don't go telling anyone. I'll answer all your questions, as long as you give me a yee-haw. took a deep breath and let out an enthusiastic bellow. Yeehaw! That's spirit. That's music to my ears, cowboy. What can I do for you? Places of interest. Are there any interesting sights around here? Ah, cowboy, getting boring as beans. Yeehaw! Got ya, eh? Exploring all the sights and smells and feels alive. You know where the saloon is? Where can I find the saloon? See that cherry blossom coloured establishment across the road? The huge sign says saloon? Yep, that's it. Yeehaw. Yeah, I don't want to do that voice anymore. That's enough for me. Oh god.
You have to level up more.
Okay, I'm gonna quickly close the door from getting voices. Oh, Christ. I knew I'd be getting into stuff like this. I'm amazed I could do that voice. I've never even tried to do a kind of cowboy kind of voice before, but I think it fits. Thankfully, there's not anyone actually watching, I don't think,
This
so
game is
this
so
we're fine.
addictive.
Great! Holler if you need me. I'll answer all your questions, except for one about meaning of life, of course. Yeehaw! Before you ride off into sunset, meet our loyal game guide. Here's a wild pack.
Yee-haw! You've just inherited a grand piece of land.
I don't even know how to do that voice. How do I make what I've been doing feminine? Okay. Howdy, cowboy. You hear? You inherited a piece of land from your uncle. Yeah, that person. So you'll have a chance to taste the rancher's life. Your uncle dreamed you would be the best farmer ever. Oh, that's amazing news. I've got land, I'm going to be a farmer. I can't believe it. Yeehaw. Exactly. Do you want to go to your new farm now and start the adventure of a lifetime? Not immediately. No thank you. I'll be waiting with anticipation for your arrival on your ranch. Genuinely. Don't know how I'm doing this voice, I really hope it's coming across okay. It sounds fine enough in my head. Saloon is open, but the entrance is blocked by an energy barrier. Players have to be at least level 15 in order to access the saloon. Ah, okay. I've actually got a lot of points to spend. Don't kinda want to make our way. I don't know where. I'm assuming somewhere. Got lots of, like, thoughtness, I guess? Creativity, I think that one is. That's logic, that's just acting, that's empathy. I can't unlock anything new right now, but what am I wanting to aim for? Because neither of the two trees I'm going for are really the easiest. Molecular Scriptor, I think's a decent one to aim for. I'm not going to go out my way to try and get points for it, but I need more red, is all I know. Yeah, looking around, got a lot of boards. Tripping, sewing and picking. Mostly makes your head start tweaking. Climb the ladder straight to heaven. Might be a typo. Just to crash before 11. The writing on the board looked like what you'd seen in the game of Paper Chase. This had to be a clue. Something about climbing a ladder. Cowpen, you should roam. On the boards you'll see a swarm of clues. So I went through a lot of trouble with these clues. Okay. So this is a clue. Tripping, sewing and picking. Eating makes your head start tweaking. Climb the ladder straight to heaven. Just crash before 11. Drugs be inspiration. These line rhymes. The curse, where was that ladder? Okay. Just before 11, if I had to assume. Head around to, I'm gonna guess here. That's a ladder. I was gonna say follow the thing around towards like 11 o'clock if we assumed like a clock face, but I mean this might be it.
What a lovely day.
I mean, this is a ladder. Ladder's propped against the roof, somebody carved climb on one of the rungs. Climb? I couldn't think of a reason not to. I was curious about the view from the top. We've got a plank. Plank has the word jump engraved on it. Just a casual stroll over the chasm. Or maybe meant to like leap of faith. But no, haystacks in sight down below. I'll maybe do that in a second.
Hi, I'm Professor Locke. No birds around.
He's watching people jumping off that plank, isn't he? Hello, why did you say that? That's my name. I mean, my last name. Locke, and I'm a professor, ornithologist, a virtual one. I observe the fowl of harvest time. That being the players, he wants to see if his message can get people to jump off that plank. Yeah. I haven't been here long, but you're right. No birds here. Fascinating, isn't it? No birds during the day, no birds at night. I've confirmed it after a week's of observation. Have you seen anyone here on the roof? Oh yes, farmer's up here not long ago. He's trying to destroy a gate. Don't stop making noise because we're scaring the birds. Just want to make sure, even though there aren't any birds in the game, you're watching them? Oh yes, I've documented 101 species. More and more disappeared with every subsequent patch. Poor birdies. See if you're interested in birds. Would you like to watch them with me? I mean, I would, but I don't have binoculars. Ah, patience and a keen eye. These are weapons of an ornithologist. I assure you, it's much more interesting than growing damn pumpkins. What'd you say? Pretty fun, huh? I mean, yeah, it's very relaxing, I guess. There's no birds. Birdie could fly by any second. It's so exciting. Let's watch some birds. It's nice watching birdies in good company. More like watching the absence of birdies. Maybe someone could join us. We could exchange our observations. Well, let's watch some more birds. Maybe one time we'll actually see something. It's been a couple of hours, I still haven't seen a single winged creature. You should come back with your own binoculars. You'll see less, but in greater detail. I'd like to borrow your binoculars, may I? Oh, no. I don't think so. I don't know you that well. I'm not even really sure you like birds. I mean, let's watch some more. Come on. Flying bird. That's what I call a beautiful sight. Not those dirty crows. Cows, even. Besides that, you're just as excited to see a flying birdie as I am. You've caught the ornithology bug. Well, of course. Let's watch some birds again. This is a waste of time. The longer we look, the higher chance of seeing a flying birdie. Or even a non-flying birdie. Oh, suspense is killing me. Well, unless there are no birds in this game. There must be birds here. There must. He'll pot a tawny owl or a night heron when it gets dark. How much dialogue do you think they've given to talking about? It's kind of whoever favours bird watching. Does the weather ever change? Oh, never. They used to mimic real in real time when it came to meteorological conditions, but the players complained about the rain. Fall enthusiasts like yourself should see them up close. There, just don't take too long. Horse, cow house. Oh, there's a rose. I think it's the graveyard. Oh, he's got cracked binoculars. Okay. Interesting. Could be accessible to the graveyard, but the devs excludes it from the game. You see a European nightjar there. Wonderful birds. Turn my eyes towards public farms. Workers dressed in orange suits bustled about among seed buds. Orange. They're the allegedly lucky ones. Alright. Are they actually cheating in any way? They don't seem to. They all just seem to be running around. And nothing out of the ordinary, right? Oh, that's growing awfully quick, that pumpkin. Maybe I'm just speculating for no good reason, but worth considering. I'll have your binoculars back, or no, look for birds. This guy with binoculars searching for winged creatures. There, do you see that? Above the bank. Is that a birdie? No, the roof's texture was just updating. It looked like I'd done it. Okay. He's got his binoculars back. Let's just jump. I know this is probably a troll set things up, but let's jump. What happens? I've got no levels to lose. Oh. I found myself in a graveyard. Made me wonder whether I'd actually die in harvest time. I didn't think it was possible. So the devs cut the graveyard, but you are able to die. And if you do, you appear here. Okay. This area looks like a fragment of some old seasonal event. These kinds of attractions were designed to extract money from players. Location was surrounded by a barrier closing off the playable area. It should be inaccessible, but the code wasn't perfect. Game code showed some leftovers from the Pumpkins and Ghosts event. Main prize for completing the event was a ghost skin. Activity log showed that other than me, there's a player with a freemium account logged in here. It was Farmer Stanley, my client. So I've just happened to stumble across the client by jumping off of a building. How curious. This candles have been lit recently. Unless there's no such thing as candle burnout in harvest time. But since it's a free-to-play game... Stanley, are you there? My voice echoed off tombstones. The response I got was dead silence. I hate it. Why are we making puns? I should have expected as much. Saw motion. Human silhouette emerged from behind the tombstone. Hello, mister. Yeah, hello. I guess you're the one I'm waiting for. Or, yeah, I'm the one you're waiting for. I'm a Gamedec. He let out a sigh of relief. Okay, we need a voice for him. He's a player character, not an NPC, so he doesn't necessarily get a cowboy voice. I'm not gonna give him a Russian voice, doesn't look Russian. I mean, he's in the graveyard, I could give him, like, the vampire voice. Do make him a vampire. That sounds like a bad idea. But, sure. Howdy, my name is Stanley. We can talk safely here. It's nice that you took the job. Yeah, the job, though. What exactly am I getting involved in? Let's talk about my job. Gamedec. I want to make sure that this money is enough. Advance was enough. The Pay rate was low, but acceptable. I mean, I'm happy with it. I'll do, Stanley. Don't you worry. Ah, phew. That's good. Looks around nervously. The moment he gazed at the roof, at the door of a nearby shrine. Faltered ever so slightly, but regained his balance and pinned his eyes on me. You seem tense. What's wrong? Oh, nothing. Sorry, I thought I heard something. So, what should we talk about? I mean, ask about precautions. He's definitely on edge. So you want to keep things low-key. First hide and seek, now this odd place, your avatar. Stanley stayed silent. Looked like he didn't understand what I'd said. What are you afraid of? We can't talk to anyone. The bosses get mad if we don't do our daily work. And they ban chat. All we do is farm. It's all about the loot boxes. Ugh, God almighty, loot box. Loot box farming. It's cool. They won't find us here. You players know about the graveyard exploits. You already talked about the money. Good. Stanley sighed. He looked tired. So, assumedly, he's in a bit of orange. He's one of the orange workers. Maybe they're being made to farm in the game. Maybe it has real world value. Okay, Stanley. So, tell me why I called a game deck to harvesting. So, we need help. Me and my friends from the group. We get disconnected a lot, especially lately. Weird. That was a job for IT, not a game deck. Get disconnected from the game? Could be software or hardware connection. No, that's not it. All those things are good, for sure. We just get kicked out of the game and the progress gets thrown away. Forced logouts are rare and usually caused by software issues, either in the game or the computer controlling the player's couch. The cause be displayed in the logs and the player had access to that data. The computer your couch is hooked up to must have reported the cause of those logouts. Do you keep those logs? Can you share them with me? I don't know how. I don't really know much about it. Technical knowledge of players was often limited to turning on the equipment and launching the game. You know what? I could come over and check what to play on. Like, take a look at the software? That's not possible. Please, Gamedec, find another way. Okay? Stanley sighed deeply. Oh man, I didn't realize there would be so much talk. Sit down, please. Seems he's saying talking. This doesn't strike me as the vampire voice anymore. But I'll sit down, make him feel comfortable. Didn't feel tired, but I sat to be polite. I can diagnose him. Tachypnea, issues with balance and speech, distraction. It could be symptoms of exhaustion, but also the side effects of false. So I took off his hat and wiped his forehead, as if he were sweating. Even though the game didn't include it, he smiled apologetically. No, I don't know what time it is, but I'm dead on my feet. I can see you're not doing well. Tell me, how do you feel? Well, pretty bad lately. Work's getting harder. I got a headache, my arms and legs are sore. Almost everything hurts, it's bad. Okay. More about his condition then. Yeah, go on. Well, I don't know how to describe it. I'm kind of muddled. All that getting in and out of the game makes it hard to remember what day it is, what happened, and so on. Okay. I activated my deck and extracted a report from his helmet and suit. Body was being cooled rather than heated. Metabolic pathways showed essential enzyme deficiency. If it had not yet been replenished or nourished after excessive effort. Most symptoms could be caused by bad Nutrifluid or cheap game pill. Stanley froze suddenly. He looked still as a frame. Stanley? Are you okay? I checked the game log. Still logged in. You hadn't been disconnected. Ah, there's a small problem. My boss noticed I'm not where I'm supposed to be. He's looking for me. Okay. And your boss is... He's an asshole. He's just an asshole. I'll get in trouble if he catches me here. I'll be brief then. So you want me to find out why you get disconnected then? Is that it? Well, yeah. That would be great if you could tell us why members of our crew are so exhausted. Exhausted? And really, or in the game as well. Oh, it happens more often lately. Sometimes my legs are so shaky they creak. Even when I'm asleep, if I'm dream, I'm, you know, tired. Okay, I'll try and find out what that problem of yours is. Oh, if the boss is going to check on me in Relium, I need to go. Others from Orange Folk will help. They're on public farms. Oh, you can exit the graveyard through the shrine. Let's meet here later when you know something, okay? Stanley left the game and disappeared from the active players list. Okay. That's interesting. So, being force logged off is all we know so far. But something's messing with their pills or something, causing him to have physical problems. It's there's some nicely rendered stone texture. Who's buried here? This is where the ghosts came from. Candles burned completely. Some NPC would have come here regularly to replace them. That's why in cheaper games, candles aren't turned on. I can search for two and become a cheater. But I'm not. Not yet, anyway. Anything else I can interact with? I don't think so. There doesn't seem to be anything more other than this shrine. Stanley said if I exited through the shrine, I would end up in town. I mean, alright.
Can I help you, partner? You've just inherited a grand piece of land.
What was the voice I did for her again? I can't remember. Poison. That has to be terrible oversight. You haven't come to your farm even once. Don't worry though, that's why I'm here. So, shall we? I mean, at this point, sure. Oh yeah, let's go. Yeehaw! Welcome to your farm. You'll see soon this place will bustle with activity. But make it happen. We need to start from the beginning. Pumpkins in your fields ready for picking. Just tap them and big gold coins will appear. Collect coins by tapping them. You know, with your finger, as you do with hovering windows. Just also mark through the coins. Okay. So all of these need to be harvested. And that would be guys in orange suits over there. Okay, I'm getting dragged into a proper premium game, haven't I? Oh no. I don't want to do a freemium game. No. I don't want to do Farmville. Okay, the only way out's through here. I've been to the farm. They're not gonna pester me anymore. And these would be those guys in orange, I'm assuming, that they were on about, or Stanley was on about, and I've read about. Well, rainbow tomato seeds from spring breeze be useful in a year. Should I toss them out? No dumb jokes. Farmer Klaus. And yeah, it's only for one message. Can I talk to any of these people? Only holders of digital keys can pass. These required me to have a digital key, and you could try and generate a matching program, but it was a long procedure. There's also an option of breaking in with Gamedec's battering ram, but I risk drawing a lot of attention. Let's just reprogram. Reprogram the gates that would recognise me as one of the orange folk. Gate disappeared, and so did the others. You look interesting, you're not moving. Our farmer is practically standing still. His avatar's name was Sundance Jack. It's one of the default names suggested by the game. Hey, buddy, you in-game? Didn't react. Decided not to touch it. He wouldn't or couldn't talk to me. I assessed his source code, and I unlocked it. Now I should be able to communicate with him. He wouldn't or couldn't talk to me, maybe he could use text. I hooked up to his chat. Jack, I'm on your chat. I understand you don't want to talk to me, you don't have time or you're afraid. Let me just ask you a few questions. It's one with a yes or no. A 1 will stand for yes, 0 for no. So there'll be no trace of your testimony. 1. Okay. So we are talking. Is cowboy patrolling the farms watching you? 1. Are you playing because you have to? 1. Are you suffering from conditions in Relium? 1. Have you taken medication? 1. Do you need help? No. Someone threatening you? No. Okay. Do you get kicked out of the game occasionally? Yes. Do you get kicked out from exhaustion or fainting? Yes and no. It's from exhaustion, not from fainting? That's what I'd assume. Premium account. The signal goes to the cloud. You can tell who freemium account users were in Relium. I couldn't use spyware. Too many people around. The deck couldn't handle that task and display symbolic representation. Pumpkins growing like crazy. Jack was using a speed boost. Pumpkins were probably growing at a normal pace of time while the other players and I were moving extremely slowly. So he's just sat there, kind of abusing the system to grow pumpkins. Yeah, using a speed boost? Yes. Are you motionless to hide it? Yes. Fair enough. So otherwise people would know he was cheating to meet his quota? Or whatever? Fair enough. He's not being threatened. He's here because he has to. So reviewing the clues. I mean, we've got all the options now available. Be accelerated couches. Increases speed of virtual time and wears immediate surroundings, makes the users able to harvest many times faster, increasing the chance of getting loot boxes. Ah. So what we're using to log in has been sped up. Ah. So that's why we're feeling exhausted. Possibly. Being logged off accidentally, but because we faint. All of them are anonymous freemium accounts. The workers are clearly overseeing the work, but others keeping tabs on who they are talking with. Okay. Emmett? You just say no. We are running awfully quick.
You're
But what about
you're
you?
that Gamedec, right? Thank God you're here.
Yeah, she looked somewhat unique. She had a hat. She glanced at me, half awake. Tell me, what's going on with us? Is it serious? I'm working on it. I need to ask you a couple of questions. Well, go ahead, but I don't have much time. I need to work. Trembling lips drooped like the left side of her face was paralysed. Her half-closed eyes made her look sleepy. She was in bad shape. Listen, you're in really bad shape. I don't think you should be playing anymore. Wait, what? I'm just tired. Everyone is. You should devitalise and you should do it fast. I can't, I won't make my target. Look, you'll lose much more if you don't devitalise right now. Trust me, I'm a Gamedec. The girl sighed. Okay, well, kill me. She's somewhat being threatened.
Do you know anything?
Stanley asked me to find out what your problem is. He mentioned something about you getting disconnected? Yeah, it happens when we're really tired. I'm not sure what the source of the problem. The disconnects become more frequent. I got disconnected a couple of times myself. Woke up in this cold, scary, empty space like a virtual void you can't escape from. It's like the void Starlet got stuck in at Haggis' office. Managed to save her by stimulating her senses. I wasn't sure if I could do anything for orange folk without physical contact. It's so hot. I'm not sure how long I'm going to last. She said she was hot, but the weather was perfect. The couch somewhere, her body must have also been kept at optimal temperature. But we know it could possibly be at a lower temperature than it's supposed to. Can you tell me something about yourself? Not much to talk about. I'm a regular Warsaw City girl. I love the lower levels. I lost my best friend recently. She was a younger sister to me. What happened to her? Bitch betrayed us. Instead of chipping in for Gamedec, Amelia spent the money on herself. Delayed the whole plan, it almost fell apart. Now the rest of the group hates her, and she's hiding like a rat. It must be painful when someone close decides to break off your relationship. I'm sorry. I'm not. Not anymore. It's her own fault. And she's not part of the group anymore. She looked as if she was losing touch with reality. Please, I still have work to do. I wonder what's in these loot boxes which these people are working themselves to the bone in order to have work. And I don't want to pick an option yet. Yeah, we all seem to have problems with just various signs of being exhausted. Which is concerning. Certainly not good, is it? Okay, this one looks to be sitting still. Maybe we can get something from you. Farmer had a female skin that didn't stand out from the others working in this area. She manifested a kinetic hyperactivity. Most of her actions were pointless. She raised and relaxed her arms, bent and straightened her knees, moved her hands as if counting fingers, and whispered to herself. Psychomotor agitation could be caused by a number of things. It could be a symptom of mania, or the result of using some stimulants. Of course, it could also be some serious psychoactive drugs. Whatever it was, it didn't look good. Ah, hello Fuke. We're currently doing crime investigation in Farmville. It sounds a lot more ridiculous when I say it out loud. Yeah, we're investigating Farmville. Currently, we know these orange people, they're all working for something. pushing himself a lot further than they need to. Like, they are showing signs of exhaustion, likely due to accelerated hardware on, like, their end, whether they know this or not, is making them essentially have twice as much effort or strain put on them as they really should. The thing we're here to solve, though, is they're getting forcefully logged out. From what I'm assuming, is just overwork, and they're just fainting, and that forcefully logs them out. It's not necessarily the case, but that's what I'm running with. Hello, I'm a Gamedec. Stanley said you could help me with my investigation. You know, it's about... Well, if you think that's a good storyline, Fuke. The first one was about a, like, rich person's son being held hostage in a video game. Or, he was trapped in a video game. I then went in, his son for his 16th birthday, him and a friend went into a game called Twisted and Perverted, which is a sex and violence, like, online game where you immerse yourself with a character like this. He was being held hostage in it by someone who wanted to blackmail the father because the father had been sexually abusing female employees. Yeah, the game's a lot darker than I thought it would be. I was hoping for just more Disco Elysium. I'm not gonna lie, I thought this would be more along the lines of that. But, I mean, it's good fun. It's good fun. I can definitely see it not being everyone's, like, cup of tea or whatever, though. Especially with me having put on all of these. Disco Elysium was dark, but it was also able to show its humour in places. Humour in this game had the, like, Twisted and Perverted one from the first case. Some guy who was disguised as a unicorn went teleporting around, told people to, like, take part in his magic trick, pick a card, then blew them up. That was the joke. You then go look into the joke, and with the right perks you learn that being a horse can cause, like, serious, like, psychological and physical damage, potentially leaving him, like, physically disabled. Because he was using a horse avatar when his brain isn't made to control a horse, and yeah, it's weird. The jokes make you also have ethical dilemmas. It's quite concerning, to say the least. And also, Fuke, I would take a card. Do you want me to tell you what card it is, or no? Because, I mean, I could tell you what the card I've picked mentally out of your deck. I don't know how this magic trick's gonna work. And how do I read this? Presumably I don't read it as, like, G4 M3 D3K plus H4 plus 5 4 W350 M3. That's probably not how I'm supposed to read it. It clearly says Gamedec awesome. Don't know what that bit is. So I'll use a chat box instead of a voice communicator. Plus, she was using a program that swapped the number of characters for others. I could have written a script turning her strange symbols back into normal letters, but I didn't want to attract admin's attention. So I created a simple decoding table. 1 equals I, 2 equals Z, 3 equals Z. You get the drill, I'm not reading all of that. She looked at me expectantly. Ask about the orange folks' problem. So I heard the orange folk had brought some problems. They're getting disconnected. Do you know anything about it? I really hoped making the translation card would let me not have to read the numbers. Okay. You ask me, and I ask you. XD. People keep passing out lately, and all the progress something or other, angry face. When we have to make up for it and work twice as hard, that's why I'm all hopped up. XD. So she's on some kind of stimulant. Alright. Stimulants to work harder in Farmville. I'd lie as a chat to figure out what she wants to tell me. Yeah, she's a bit hopped up. She's not necessarily scared or glad or muddled or exhausted, she's just on something. You're talking about fainting, accidents and losing progress, you're getting hopped up to work faster. She nodded. Are you needing help? Yeah, sure, help is always welcome. With the crops, lol. Do you need work? Sure thing. It's just so exhausting. Yeah, exhausted. So you're exhausted from working on the farm non-stop. And her behaviour, is it because of the stimulants? You're behaving a little odd. Your movements, I mean. How long have you been like this? How long? Dude, that feels like forever. I'm so woozy. We're thinking something caused the boss says we need it, I'm thinking. That's got to be says, right? I sighed. I mean, she's being watched? Or she's scared? Look, Fuke, just because I'm not immediately translating all of the numbers. Like, I can't believe it. If you want to be the streamer person, you can start reading it off. Like, I'll get you into Discord call. You could be the one to read it if you really want. I promise you, it's not easy. No? You don't wanna come prove me wrong? But yeah, she's being watched or she's scared. She didn't seem scared or glad or muddled. Wasn't hopped up or exhausted, just being watched. Said someone was watching you? Just my confusion cracked up. That wasn't what I wanted. Show that leather-bound notebook and hand it to me. It's a chat coding program. Checked and installed it. Well, I can see you're struggling a bit. I'll be easier this way. You're cool, you know? I've got this now, yeah, shit. That's a bit of a shame, though, isn't it? I guess she was scared. I thought it was just because she was being watched, but alright. That's nice of you to say. Let me ask you a few more questions then. Okay, shoot. So what exactly are you doing? You should have called the bluff. Look, I mean, I would have dragged you into Discord call, like, so long as you were willing to go into Discord call. It wasn't a bluff. I would have shared my screen on Discord so you'd be able to read it. Yeah, what is she doing in the game? How's it going? I can see you're working hard and... Well, you gotta push, you gotta play. There must be some progress. It's been faster lately, now as we've got more speeders. Speeders make everything grow and drop faster. But you get tired for some reason. Speeders, that's them accelerating the hardware or software on their end, yeah? Can you tell me more about those speeders? It's a sort of boost. Makes plants grow faster and boxes drop faster. I mean, it doesn't happen faster, but the world around you just slows down. Didn't find your point. Ah, fair enough, Fuke. I can see where you're coming from. It takes a lot to get used to your own voice. I got used to mine like maybe a month or two back from when I was like editing the YouTube videos for the VODs and such. But yeah, it takes a bit to get used to your voice. Oops, I wasn't supposed to talk about that to anyone, so shush. Promise you won't say a word. I promise. You can just gesture of sipping my lips. Thanks, love you. I don't need your actual name. What's she doing this for? Why do you play Harvest Time? Well, you got to play because you got to eat. Gotta make a living. Everyone has to work. Well, except that bitch, but she's not my friend anymore. That's the one who spent money on herself, yeah? Tell me about that friend of yours. The friend named Camellia. We're besties for life. We had bracelets for bottle caps and we went to prohibited areas. Did everything together. I liked it when she combed my hair. Then the comb got misplaced or someone stole it. Maybe she took it. I'm sure she stole it. So we're through. Everyone knows it. She can take that train to wherever. I'll always hate her and won't speak to her ever again. The hell? I've got her on my ignore list, that's for sure. I put everyone on there. Okay, too. I won't put you on it though. You're cool. You've been online presence for like 21 years. No, you don't ever really hear your voice online, is the thing. Like, until you've heard your voice around the place, like, it doesn't need to be like listening to it for a long time, just all at once. Just a little bit every now and again, you do get used to it. But through playing games and such, you're not going to actually hear your voice much, like, at all. I mean, yeah, with the chat program, it's a lot easier. But it's a shame we can't look at it without it. Yeah, and really, is this me hitting on her? Samantha. My folks came up with a stupid name, Borgia. Can you imagine? I don't think that's even the name. I was laughing. Stop. Could you imagine just naming your daughter that? That's great. So I got the fuck away. You ran away from home? You bet I did. You're stuck with fucked up parents, what else can you do? Try pushing about it or I'll put you on my ignore list. Oh, fair enough. That's all, Sally. I need to get to level 15, I don't know how I do this. Yeah, Bessie? Not now. I've got you in this field. Talk to you, Buford. Stop bothering me, man, I need to work. Gamedec, I want to find a solution for your prop. Can't speak with you. I know that some people get disconnected. If you can do something about it, you'll have my gratitude. Why are these people working so hard for some goddamn loot boxes in Farmville? Like, what's the point? Why do they care? Also, I'm just waiting for him to go past before I start talking. Just because I don't want to get this person in trouble. Hello, guy. That's your actual name. I hope it's not just telling it's a guy.
Maybe I'll get lucky again if you're here.
Farmer's toiling away. He looks at me without stopping his work. Who are you? I'm a Gamedec. Stanley said you could help me. What's you? Fantastic. Hold on, I'm losing. I love that GR from the loot box. I genuinely think I'd mess around in this game if I could, like, actually. Wow, it's the frilly dress of Confederate General's wife. Type 12. A spicy apple perfume in a 3-meter radius. Not a bad drop. I guess you brought me luck. I'll make up for half my day's work. We can talk. Loot boxes? I'm new to this game. Tell me more about the loot boxes. But ask Candy Joe. Botwise Station. He'll explain it better. Basically, grow your crops, wait a little, click, and sometimes a box pops out with goodies inside. From what he said, those boxes drop very fast. Suspiciously so. And yeah, you're using boosts, right? What? I don't need any boosts. All it takes is my skill and some luck. You, for one, are my lucky teddy bear. A bunny. Oh, there's a treasure chest. Let's see what's inside. Oh man, it's an untainted coyote carcass with 1 week decay time. Ornamented. What the hell is this game? What can you say about the others from your organisation? Well, they're not as good as me. Well, maybe except for Jack, but he's like a machine. Hardly leaves this game. He's completely off now, and you can't get through to him. He lives in La La Land, because time runs differently for him. Oh, another box, and inside, the Gravedigger Sturdy Shovel with accelerated parsley cultivation bonus. What the hell? Parsley cultivation bonus. What? Stanley said you get disconnected a lot. Has it happened to you? Not much. Almost never. Only when I'm really tired. But I take the right mix and everything's fine. Mix? He's taking drugs of some kind. What kind of mix is that then? Telemin, Vitatel, Strobo 5, protein and vitamin and mineral, supplements, and something for reinforcement. Can't remember the name. I could work with you all day. Covered treasure chest, and did it? Fancy harrow of bird grave from past with a molehill vanquisher free bonus. Rustic. I can't get over these loot boxes. Are these good rewards? I stood and watched him work. Man, you really do bring me luck. My treasure is a Carmine twofold draped mantilla with 5-star renown bonus during the farm fiesta. That's quite a lot. Give me a hand, I need to take my spells to fence in town. If you could help me, I owe you a big one. Sure. I wouldn't be surprised if he was just on cocaine like you saved you. I just deliver this loot to the fence. Tucked still keep. Fruity Betty, I mean. All clear? And does he not want to leave the field himself? I want you go on your own. I could, but time is money, friend. Indeed, I'm even losing it right now. Sorry, but that's the truth. I could be looting right now. And where can I find the fence? In the town on the hill. Black Crook used to do it, but Fruity Betty took over his business. Alright, I'll deliver your spoils. Hell. It does sound like he might be giving me free stuff. Then she's just passed out. Okay, quickly. Dakota fell again. Damn it, third time this week. Something was wrong. She should have immediately logged out. I knew she could fall into a coma if her gear didn't start devitalization. I did tell her to. I told her she should. Also, I'm definitely keeping the money from selling stuff. Like, I'm selling it. Might keep the dress with the, like, spice perfume or whatever. So I just use the fact that our avatar is exposed. Over my deck and try to access the lugs of her couch, helmet and suit. I was furious to realise it wasn't possible. We all had a freemium account, which meant she was anonymous. Turned on my deck and activated devitalization. I had no idea why our computer hasn't done that already. It's standard procedure for unconscious players. I managed to log her out safely, but the system didn't allow me to save the game. What have you done? What have you done, man? Please tell me you saved her progress. I didn't save it? Why is it important? It's not dream space. She's not going to lose her spacecraft. It doesn't... Fucking hell, what have you done? Peg on your shiny bit spat out the blade of grass he was chewing. Stop whining and get back to one. And you, stop hanging around here, casting your shadow on the seed beds. It stops plants from growing. Fuck, she's been busting her ass for 3 days in a row, you hear me? 3 days, and she hasn't saved since yesterday. I'll have to work like a horse just to catch up on the progress you didn't save. Her couch was supposed to log her out, but didn't. I think her suit was overheating. I didn't want to risk it, would you? It's an apartment, isn't it? I have my own job, and I stick to it. Work fairly here. Some things more, give back to the less fortunate, or save it for later. One of us faints, we have to finish our work. No rest for the wicked. Alright, listen, I'll help you. It can't be that complicated, right? Thanks. No, it's quite simple, actually. You sow and wait for things to grow, harvest it, and open loot box drops. You'll figure it out. Get 3 loot boxes, but don't open them. Take them to town and give them to Fruity Betty. Say it's from Orange Dream. Got it? And loot boxes just pop out of the pumpkins. If you want a farm, you'll find them there. Talk to Handy Joe if you need help. And when you find one, don't open it, take it to Betty. Alright. I'll get back to work then. So I need to go into my own farm. Get loot boxes. Okay. Weird. How do I cause things to grow? I could talk to
Howdy.
you. Okay, let me to remember what voice did for her again. I know it was somewhat like hillbilly voice. Great job. Pumpkin growing can be quite profitable. Let's plant some more. Ah, you leveled up. Yeehaw. I have a new task for you. Time to sow and reap some pumpkins. Or to sow these wonderful vegetables, tap the plot with seedling. When the plant starts growing, a progress bar appears. Tap it once it reaches the red area to ensure your crops are perfectly ripe. Yeah, loot boxes all the way, Volpuke. Like, come on. And stop it in the red zone. Come on. I just need to do this for ages. This is gonna take a while to get 3 loot boxes, isn't it? And I'm making a good amount of money from it, at least. Not that this actually translates to real money. Yeah, I don't know how the other guy got so many loot boxes. It's just freemium games, you know? It's just how it works. Well, this is the rest of the stream. Probably. I wonder, can I grow more of these while one's growing? I can. I can do 2 at once. Oh, that didn't actually get hit. That's annoying. Okay, but we can do 2 at once. This is fine. Do we even need to, like, get them perfectly right? If I do this, maybe this is the quickest way. Like, we don't have to get the red parts of it. Like, this is just the optimized way, right? It's not going to be perfectly right, but I mean, the highest chance of loot boxes if we got the most things to open. As far as I'm aware, anyway. I don't know if that's actually correct, but I'm assuming it is. Not a single loot box yet, however. God almighty. How long am I going to do this for? I'm up to like 100 money. And to get to level 15 to get into the saloon, that's one thing I really need to do. Because I know of a hack for the saloon. But it was you? Yeah, bartender in harvest time. Save a password and he'll help me get the loot boxes. This is fine. Helping out Bob Zappa in the past is gonna pay off. It's gonna help me out. I'm gonna go to 150 coins. That'll be enough. Because this isn't getting me any loot boxes. Maybe I need to get like that. Some kind of pumpkin cultivation boost or something. I don't know. This is fine, we'll manage eventually. Yeah, I can't be arsed doing this. This is just a premium crap, isn't it? Okay, I'm up to all the money I wanted. There we go.
Yeehaw!
Yeah, but I
Your
don't
attempt
care
to
enough to see
interact with an
this in
inactive
voice
player.
anymore. Just excellent job, you've leveled up. Have a new task, every now and then, golden pumpkins will grow in your plots, twice as valuable. Golden pumpkins disappear quickly, make sure you pick them fast. Okay. Let's just aim for this then. Do the farm tasks, maybe loot boxes don't appear during the tutorial. That's my guess. That's a golden pumpkin. I want to make sure this one's perfectly right. So it's extra valuable. That actually got me an awful lot of money. Alright.
Howdy.
Golden pumpkin picked, splendid, you leveled up, yeehaw. I have a new task for you. Alright, your next job is to find some treasure. You can forget to work. To me that sounds like loot boxes. So back to loot box grinding. Cool. That's good. I like how I can get loot boxes, it's just I was unlucky before. Because I was doing it while the tutorial was active. There's another one. They're actually quite common, these. Alright. Another loot box here. No? Golden pumpkin? No? I mean, I don't know what makes a loot box pop out. I'm assuming it is just random chance. I've gotten 2, I only need 1 more. That's me happy. There we go. Got all the loot boxes we want. Got plenty of money. We're all safe. In the treasure
it's
chest,
harvest time.
there's always something interesting inside, usually coins, but every now and then you can get a unique item. We'll have that kind of chest for you, free of charge. Treasure chests contain coins or rare items. And, okay, she's opened it anyway. I didn't want it to be opened. Okay. Super Harvest Boost has not been scripted at all, yeehaw. 3 minutes you'll earn double coins, get ready. Time will start as soon as we finish talking. I've leveled up. There's new valid items for you, because it spruce up your ranch. You can also develop your farm now. Okay. Pumpkins are actually berries, apparently. Get tedious, try something new, buy a strawberry field. Oh no. What am I doing? Oh Christ. Strawberries are hyper to 2 wild species. New task. I'm just doing Farmville. I'm just doing Farmville. Super harvest time, quick. Grow me strawberries. I don't know if golden strawberries are a thing. I would assume not. They take quite a while to grow, so go back to do pumpkins. Get a loot box, cool. Gonna earn more money, that's all I'm gonna do. There we go, just gold pumpkin as well. Let's check in the strawberries. So we got the harvest boost. I don't know how long it lasts, but I'm assuming that's it up there. So, screw it. Oh no. This is going badly, isn't it? Let me just speed this up. Does it give you a lot? Not really. I'm gonna go back to pumpkins. They're just more valuable. Just finish harvesting this first. I've got the 3 loot boxes. I just don't know if I need money for anything else in the main story of this. Alright? I'm not addicted. I can stop anytime I want. I promise. Not addiction. I don't have to play Farmville. Alright, that is choice. Okay? God. I should really stop. I've got a golden pumpkin. I need to make sure this one gets done at the right time. So that's a lot of money. And the loot box again. Like, what if I get that, like, pumpkin or strawberry cultivation time bonus dress? I don't know. That's a golden pumpkin. Need to take an eye on that one. There we go. We're doing fine. Do we get another loot box? Yes, we do. God, I'm loving these loot boxes, Fuke, aren't you? Isn't this the thing you wanted to just see in today's stream? I'm sure it wasn't, but it's what we're doing for the next 50 seconds. We've got a harvest boost, Fuke. Couldn't possibly leave it now. Not when we've got a harvest boost going. Oh, the golden pumpkin as well. Oh, and the loot box. That's my lucky day. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop with that. We're done. We've got 6 loot boxes. That's twice as many as we needed.
Welcome to harvest time.
Now to do strawberries. Oh, so cowboy, I don't know how. Yeah, buy that. Cool, I want to get to level 50. So I need to get into the saloon. Where's the cow? It's not here, but I mean, I'm assuming clean this up because I didn't read. There goes the harvest bonus as well. Got to love how much effort they put into making this seem like a really terrible free-to-play game. Like, you've got to appreciate that, don't you?
Can I help you?
Cloud of Rocks, good job. New task for you. I'm getting achievements in Steam for this. You can't see them, but down there, like, I've gotten 2 pumpkin-related ones. Counts in harvest time or real escape artists. Pasture definitely needs fence. Cost 5. Oh yeah, this is a scam and a half. I put a fence up around the pasture in that case. We're ready to get some cows. Congratulations, you've reached trial account level limit. Ah. The next task is to get 1,000 coins. Just, please, I can't do it anymore. I don't want to do any more of that. I've got the loot boxes. I'm happy enough. I'm happy enough, you know. Who am I talking to? Not the Gravedigger. It was Fruity Betty. Pretty Hilda. Pretty Betty.
Howdy, isn't it a beautiful day?
Slocky waved at me in a
Make it
friendly
better,
manner
some
and gestured
shopping.
towards her wares. Howdy, isn't it a beautiful day? Only thing that can make it better is some shopping. Might support Orange Folk by selling a couple of loot boxes and transferring the profits to their account. Is that possible? Of course, sweetheart. I'll take it all. And it'll be transferred to your account in a couple of days after the auction. Excellent. Thanks for your help, Betty. Pleasure's all mine. Come on, you're one of my regulars and a friend, sweetheart. Hi, Betty. I have a couple of items for sale. I'll take it all and pay you immediately. Transfer everything. No. Give it all to the Orange.
Hey, you want to
folks.
join the gang for the Pumpkin King raid?
Ah, the voice slime, there was apparently Pumpkin King raid. What on earth is
Weather's
this
perfect.
Farmville game?
Just like every other day.
Yeah, everything to Orange Folk. I was going to take it myself, but I want to just get out of this game. Put the whole sum to Orange Folk's account. Sure thing, sweetheart, just received your money. Thank you, Bess. Pleasure's all mine. Ask about the Orange Folk. Like, what are they?
Hey, you want to join the gang for the Pumpkin King raid?
Yeah, could you stop doing that? For good clients, resourceful and exceptionally effective. For bringing me wares, I sell them and transfer money to their account. On the other hand, if you ask me my personal opinion, it wouldn't be as favourable. And why is that exactly? Spoke to Aki, that handsome fella, told me everything. They're drug addicts. The aim is their virtual rehab, and decays their supervisor. I don't know how much I believe that. Do we believe that at all? Because these guys... Are they addicted to this game? They're taking stimulants and stuff to be able to actually play it better. I think misinformation's being spread about them, so if they do go talking to anyone, it's less of a blow to the company.
Sunset deals are the
I'm not
best part
certain
of the game.
of it, but that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, the fruit, it's all come from your farm. I'm grading myself in a while. I buy all off other players or from the game's warehouse, which is available only to merchants.
Hey, you want to join the gang
Stop
for the
asking about the
Pumpkin
Pumpkin
raid?
King raid. Can you make a living off selling crops and game based in farming? How would anyone buy stuff from you when they can grow it themselves? Can't grow everything from the start. My fruit will get you seeds that'll develop your ranch faster. Just try them, they're delicious. Besides, I have access to RMAH auctions. That's where I sell rare items from the boxes.
Hey,
Swear
you want to join the gang for the Pumpkin King raid?
Arsehole. I don't care about the Pumpkin King raid. I'll buy some fruit. Most expensive one's $2.50, but I'll buy a Kawano, because somewhere between a kiwi and a piano, I'm gonna guess. You had hard yellow skin with spikes and smelled like a cucumber. Handed the fruit to the salesman. I'd like to buy this one. The fruit in the paper bag, and a small sum left my account. Thank you. Yeah, public farms. Head northwest. No, okay, I've been there. That's fine. Okay, so we've been helping Guy out. I don't think we have anything else to do here, do we? That means we can open the loot boxes, right? What are we hoping for out of these loot boxes? I've got 3 of them to open up. What are you thinking? We want the Gravedigger's shovel for parsley bonus. So, I mean, that's a tempting choice. I took the boxes to Betty. Awesome, thank you. The farmer went back to work. That's that one done. That's for you.
I love loot boxes.
Obtained the pricing list, everything seems to be in order. I knew I could trust you. I can give you some gold coins or a weapon. Weapon? The hell is a weapon needed for in this game? It's Wild West Farmville. Give me the weapon, please. There you go. We can... Wait, you can only use it to kill MPEC bandits in your farm since they removed PvP. There's also Sunset Duels event. You have one where you challenge a sheriff to duel. If you win, you take a star. That you need a high level character or lots of cash. I've got a gun in Farmville. Why do I have a gun inside of Farmville? To fight off bandits, apparently, but strikes me as a bit odd. Also, we've not got a cow. Damn it. Are we ever going to be able to get a cow? I don't know. Let me just harvest these quick and then replant them. Because, I mean, I can't be arsed watching over pumpkins. And to figure out how I plant that fruit, however, because, I mean, we did start off the stream by buying, like, spaceship in some game. So it only makes sense to go for loot boxes and such. Of course, do it right away, free of charge, one at a time, but you keep bringing them to me, there's no limits. I got a rare chest with a unique item. It's a decorative item, Skull of Bison from Dead Canyon. The object of envy and desire of many farmers in High Rock. Pouch of gold coins. Only 49? And more. Okay. I can buy a cat or gardening tools. I'll buy some gardening tools, sure, and a cat. Because we're gonna get a cat. Shilling with wrought steel, polished through endless gardening. These tools are marked a true farmer. Yeah, that's just old tools, isn't it? She's really worded it well, though. Shoot mouth when someone visits. Perfect. Let's buy a cat as well. Skitty purrs when he's happy. He's never unhappy. It's a harvest time favourite and brightens every ranch. You're Kitty Kitty. Now the owner of a cat named McCavity. What the hell is that name? The cat. This ranch will be his home. The way cats think, don't you? Want to buy something more? Not really, but let's spruce up the farm. I've not got any options. Develop the farm. Don't have enough coins to develop it. I need to come back for 1,000. Alright, I've got a cat. Okay, time to look for more loot boxes. I just need to level up so I can get into the saloon. That's all I'm needing right now. I promise, I'm not going mad. I'm just doing Farmville inside of a game which doesn't really want me to be playing Farmville. Oh, that's gold pumpkins. Need to watch out for these. This game's bad. Why am I continuing with this? This isn't a healthy thing to be doing. What the hell am I up to? Come on. We can do this. Be as quick as possible. Didn't manage to perfectly ripen that one. Damn. Get a loot box. Get a loot box. Get another loot box. How many loot boxes do we go for in Farmville? Wait, what's up with this one? Is that golden? That's golden. It just looks a little off. It's a bit mottled, honestly. I'm just going to turn into another golden one in a second. No? Ah, boo. That's a shame. It would be nice if it does. It's just on the ground until they start actually sprouting. They look like whatever their last model was, but scaled down. Yeah, let's just get some loot boxes. So all we need right now is money. We need to get 1,000 for a cow so we can level up. Why am I doing this? I just want into the saloon. I'm sure there's an easier way, right? There must be an easier way than this. Maybe I should continue the investigation. It makes sense. Because, I mean, I've probably got the information now for it. Or should I actually just continue the investigation? Okay. Still missing some data. Accelerated couches from the employer's end. Being able to harvest faster and making loot boxes appear technically more often. We've been fainting and logging off. That's not something you'd find from drug addiction. Similar symptoms likely due to fatigue. They are meds and stimulant users, so they are on drugs. Don't know if that's why they're here. I think they're using it to keep them going. They're also kept anonymous, with freemium accounts. The workers is clearly overseeing them. Can I talk to the overseer guy? I don't think I've tried. Leave the farm. Can I talk to you? I can. Perfect.
Hey, buddy. Such a nice day, and you're disturbing the good people's fun.
Yeah. The bored cowboy was chewing on a blade of grass. He wore an impeccably clean vest and shiny boots. Quite a sunny day, isn't it? You just want to stretch your legs and have a nap in the grass, don't you, friend? Yeah. I've seen a lot of staff from the Orange Folk organisation here, and you're seemingly the one overseeing it. Hell no, I only watch over them. So he's not part, he's just watching them. Could you at least tell me who it is that you're watching and why? Low City scum. The task you need to focus on, so don't bother them. They won't speak to you. Ah. So, they're from the Low City, they're the lower class outside of us. C's presumably upper class. Explain how you're interfering with the delicate process of specialised therapy, but you should be a sweetheart and leave. That's what happens. I'm a doctor. Can you tell me more about this therapy? Have you heard of play therapy? That looks like this. We treat ill souls of work and collaboration, outside with hands in the dirt. Obviously, they take medication stimulants to stay stable, but they have a right to feel unwell. They're in rehab after all. They're abusing the fact they're in rehab to... Okay.
What a lovely day.
Indeed, what a lovely day. I heard Orange folk experience pains, memory loss, speech difficulties, and... That's enough, friend. Slow down there. Pay me for supervising, so I supervise, okay? Now would you kindly get off this field? Hold on, we're having such a pleasant conversation, let's talk some more. Thanks, partner. Have a nice day. Well, that's probably got me the last bit of information, right? Yeah, we're from the Low City. We're not being forced. We're not addicted to games. Someone's pulling the strings. But... I mean... They are also suffering side effects from it. The main problem... It's not someone forcing them to log on. It's because they're fainting due to taking substances. I'm thinking option 4 here. Thinking option 4. They abuse it, but not necessarily because of their own situation. Yeah, now we've got no data, but we need to investigate elsewhere. For that though, loot boxes. We've got to do loot boxes, alright? It's important. What kind of stuff can we get from loot boxes? I'm hoping I can get a fancy new, like, trouble of, I don't know, making your strawberries a little bit better. Rare chest unique item. The extra item, the Ringo Star Stagecoach. Used to transport gold through Valley of Death. A real legend, that one. Gold coins, gold coins. Gold coins again. More gold coins. Rare chest for unique item. Text item, the dead tree. Fortunately, it's not the tree of knowing, rumoured in different worlds, but it's still beautiful. It's got a dead tree. I mean, the carriage is nice. It's just a dead tree you've got. That's not very fun. Anyway, plant the strawberries and I'll be on my way. We just need to get to 1,000 money, but I'm sure there's better ways to do that. But I wonder, if I perfectly ripen this, how much do I get? I know I checked before. Not a lot, honestly. Probably not worthwhile. Alright. Back to investigating stuff. We've done enough farming. I think I'm probably going to get a bit confused here, but let's talk to Sam. I don't want to ask about her parents. Who can we talk to? Now, I was told to go talk to Ned, right? Once I had some kind of conclusion.
The weather's perfect. Just like every other
And
day.
I want to talk to Ned. How do I get to that ladder? I need to chuck myself off a building again. Also, what's this? Assuming I can go inside of here, right?
Welcome to harvest time.
Oh god, it's NPC again. God damn it. Yeehaw, this is Guild House. Access is for guild members only. Meet experienced players here and discuss farming techniques. You can visit as soon as I have more time under my belt. Yes, that's not happening. Well, up the ladder then. Time to chuck myself off the building. Because we need to get ourselves killed. In harvest time. Which really strikes me as a weird thing. Well, I need to jump off a building in Farmville in order to get to the graveyard. Is he here? He's here. Hello.
Howdy. I can see you
It's not Stanley.
wandered off the trail.
Howdy, cowboy. I can see you wandered off the trail. But he strikes me as maybe an important one because he's got an actual picture. I'll give him a voice. Howdy, cowboy. See you wandered off the trail. I'm sheriff of this town. Many players know about this place, especially newcomers. Brings you here. When he's got secrets and starts off not liking me, but I want him to trust me if possible. He's probably an NPC. Wild West, sheriff, it's all added up. I mean, I'll ask what he's wanting. I'm doing Stanley a favour. He's a friend of mine. Ask to talk to you on his behalf. Don't mind, of course. Before I do that... Oh, no, I should be doing a voice for him. Before I do that... before I do, allow me to proceed with formalities. Trained up, include as fruit. As Sheriff of High Rock, I'd like to officially welcome you to our community. I'm here to help beginners and uphold the law. Game's rules, that is. Welcome, Rancher. I'll shout and say hello. Be friendly. Sheriff looked me in the eyes, smiled and shook my hand. I'll only allow to answer your questions, but you'll receive something else. Welcome package. Voucher coins for your farm. Cool, ain't it? Let's go down to the saloon and talk it over and drink. What do you say? I don't have access yet. Sheriff, that's a bit awkward, but I don't have access to the saloon. Not a problem. My invitation, you can enter any public building. Let's go. Might have a job for you, but we'll get you something more than gold coins. Gamedec. Okay. So he's somewhat friendly, possibly on our side. Let's take a walk. And it literally is making us take a walk. Heck, it's good to see you. How long till you're done? Just logged in. Six weeks left. Seems the chef's quite liked. Howdy, Ben. How's that cheating going? Got it? I can't really do an American accent like this. I'm sure it's terrible. Howdy, Sheriff. I'm about to crack the physics behind these bundles. It has to be. What's this achievement you're working on? Great Pyramid of Bundles. I'll be the first player to get it. There's a saloon. They're blocked from accessing it, but we'll fix that little problem prompt. Sheriff typed a few commands into the game's interface. I saw that I now have access to the saloon. Be my guess. I mean, it's not cheating, it's probably a game admin, if I had to guess. Not a bad trick. That's one of the privileges of being sheriff. I can grant access to the saloon to anyone I want. So he's a player who became the sheriff. Due to that you get certain privileges. I do like the piano. It's quite nice. First, let me ask you this. What's your poison? Whiskey? I'll have whiskey, yeah? Bottoms up, then. It's a meeting. I'm telling you, friend, this stuff may be digital, but it tastes like the real thing. It's phenomenal. And, oh, he really likes that, okay. He enjoys having whiskey. Where would you like to begin? Yeah, the welcome package? I kinda wanna buy a cow. Sheriff made several gestures and opened the game's options. Welcome to Harvest Time. Please accept this humble gift. Yeehaw! You received free mystery gifts. Can't wait to open them for you. Come to the ranch. Oh, 500 coins. You received a gift of 500 coins. You can use to buy wonderful items, for example, from me. Let's meet up. Thanks, Sheriff. That's a nice gesture. Pleasure's all mine, friend. Alright, since we're done with petty issues, get back to the serious matter. Called me a Gamedec while we're in the graveyard. Why? Word travels fast. It's quite extraordinary having a Gamedec in a high rank. People get, you know, excited. They're curious why the orange folk hired you. Well, I'm curious myself, but I respect your investigation might require secrecy. On the other hand, I could help you. I know everyone here, you see. Okay. That means information got out from the orange guys, right? Let's say someone knows the new guy hanging around public farm, asking questions. Texted me, I launched the game, and here we are. Now, if there's Gamedec in my town, I'd love to offer him a job, if he's interested, that is. I mean, I'll ask about it. Listen, I have a feeling our goals overlap. Iraq's problem-solving player, Outlaw. Been informed he might be involved in prohibited activities. Reported to admins, but Outlaw keeps coming back with new accounts. I need solid proof to ban them from this world for good. I know you run an investigation. I think it's connected to Outlaw. You share your observations, work together. Of course, I don't see how it should remain a secret. It's hard with a farmer's Vaughn's dream, we have a problem with game stability and we keep getting disconnected. So let's draw any conclusions, Sheriff. Still an active case. Man sighed and took a sip of whiskey. Think there could be something behind all this? Some player? It's hard to say. Almost certain Outlaw is responsible for Orange folks' problems. Suspect for a while the Outlaw is dealer that sells illegal boosts in Arvstad. It's possible they also deal drugs or something even worse. I've had many complaints about that bastard. Agreed to work with me. I'll tell you my plan to catch Outlaw. Play a central role in it. Okay. And what exactly am I getting out of this? There's real money in it for you. After the job is done, that is. Gamedecs were generally paid upon the completion of a job. I mean, fair enough, I'll lend a hand. He offered what I usually charge for searching for Zoid in Virchalia. I nodded, then realised he hadn't told me what the job actually was. Shook hands. You never sign contracts in my line of work. Alright, let's cut to the chase. First of all, I need you to confirm the Outlaw's location. Do that, find out whether they work alone or have compasses. Then we'll meet up and draw a detailed plan. And I'm assuming you have his appearance, right? Sure, as players use many different accounts and characters. Surely they've been... recently they've been known as the Outlaw. They were in some shady business with Black Crick, known hacker and fraud, who had been permabanned from the game. Black Crick's who was pawing off the Orange Group stuff before. Okay. Crick's a lot of nasty stuff. He once hacked our banker, Mr. Adams, and gave him an insulting name. Next update should finally fix. Okay. And does he always do the same thing? Or what does the sheriff do here? What are you doing in the meantime, Sheriff? I'm gonna collect evidence against the Outlaw and inform the admins about our plans. I also have some real-life obligations. Okay. What exactly am I supposed to do? Confirm whether or not that thug's in their hideout. Guild house. Sheriff can't belong to guilds or enter their houses. Dumb, I know, but rules are rules. Just find out if Outlaw works alone or not. And can I get back this star? Burst out laughing. Don't have one on me, but since you get out so much, I'll try to get one for you. Alright, cool, let's get to work. Wait for me in the saloon. After you found all the answers, I'll be there at nightfall. We'll think up a plan. It's time for me to go. I have things to do in Realium. Still have obligations towards Stanley. That's to understand Orange folks' problem. Wish you good luck. Extended his hand towards me. I'll shake it. See you later, Sheriff. I'll meet at nightfall, Gamedec. Sheriff Billy tapped the brim of his hat and left the gate. When we went upstairs, beckoned me and pointed up the stairs and ran along the saloon's outer wall. I mean, I don't know how I'm hearing her yet. I'm assuming she'll appear in a second. My name is Leah Ann. Can we help each other? Let's meet behind the saloon. That woman, Leah Ann, must have been listening in our conversation. She wants to meet me outside of the saloon.
Welcome to the High Rock Saloon. Can I get you anything?
Yeah, Bob's up. Likes the bartender knowingly and whispered, "Meek or he's a..." Bartender's eyes flashed green. I heard a faint, familiar beep signal, and the face of my old friend appeared before my eyes.
Hey, pal! I'm in a meeting. I can't talk right now.
Okay. What was to give him? I wanted to say it was kind of stronger, like Scottish voice. Hey, pal. I'm in a meeting. Can't talk right now. Sounds when you're done. This could be a while. Sure thing. I wonder if he remembered what he promised me. Let's come back there later. For now, though, who is the outlaw? We don't actually know anything. But we know he's not got the best reputation. and helped people who... I were glowing box of potatoes. Midas is apples. Okay, cool. Needs to be authorised to access upper part of the stairs. Yeah, let's have a chat. Woman looked noble and serious. She kept looking around as though she were afraid of something. When she noticed me, her face took on an imperious look. You're a Gamedec, aren't you? I mean, yes, I'm working on a certain case here. I accidentally overheard your conversation with Sheriff, and I think I might have a simple but lucrative job for you. I'd like you to provide me with intel about the Sheriff, who he is and what he does, how many zeros he has in his bank account, and so on. Anything you can tell me about his life in the realm would be useful. Can I count on your help? Why, I'm gonna try to uphold morals if I can. I'm considering entering into a financial agreement with this person. I'd like to make sure he's solvent and trustworthy. That's all. But I would need to have the bank account details. I'm gonna say no. Yeah, I'm afraid I won't have time for this job. She was quite surprised. What a disappointment. To change your mind, find Rusty and tell me that you work for me. And be granted access to the guild house. Felt the air suddenly move, as if someone walked right past me. But nobody was there. Some conversation with Leanne. I'm terribly sorry, but I got distracted for a moment. I noticed. You were to find some time after all. The job awaits you. I'll be at the guild house. Goodbye. I think that's probably not a good thing to immediately go on. Because it could be the outlaw. We don't know. We're already working with the sheriff. I now have an invitation into the guild house. When several not-so-legal apps and gained access to the authorization list. Checked the list of available guilds and added my name to the roster of Rusty Ed's Guild. Okay. And is that the outlaw? Upon seeing me, the girl tossed her book away and made a few hesitant steps towards the exit. She was frightened. Stopped. I didn't want to exacerbate the situation. Gave me an appraising look. Sheriff sent you, right? I mean, I'll say yes. Ah yes, I did a job for him. Girl struggled to look menacing. I knew it. You should leave before I get mad. Okay, cool. No. I mean, I'm just wanting to get to the bottom of the situation. Trust me, I'm here to help you. No, I don't believe you. Be smart and trust me, I'm a doctor. I help people every day and I want to help you too. Is this the girl who ran away from the Orange group? That's my current hypothesis. Oh, doctor? Last time I saw a doctor, he was cutting my umbilical cord. The girl laughed. Mister listened to me. Now I had to get her to trust me. I'll be open. Or, no, ask for help in the investigation? I'm conducting an investigation here, I need your help. What can you tell me about the local sheriff? I don't want to talk about him. I mean, I'll be open. Listen, you know what? You know that you're no match for the sheriff alone, right? You're all now in agreement. Saw how you walk, the movement you made to throw that book. Neurological issues? Sensory processing disorder? I can help with that. It's really why I believe you. No, but it's not easy for you and your friends. That's why I don't intend to keep you from pursuing your dreams. I want to help. But You don't want anything in return? You're the first person in my life who wanted to help me for free. Girl looks at me like a dog that used to be beaten, but decided to trust for the owner anyway. Can you tell me something about yourself? Not much to tell. Although I recently did get my supervisors a slip. I'm sorry, I didn't get to see the asshole Aki's face. The dream is to visit all in-game locations. There's a snag. Can't leave without a ticket for Midnight Express. Arrives this evening. I can get you a ticket for Midnight Express. What do you think of that? What do I think? That's all I ever dreamed of. Do it, please. Okay. And what do you know about the sheriff? He's a cunt, for one. Pair of goons, too. Aki usually watches us at the farm, and Mag Dog usually watches Sheriff's ass. Yeah, as I thought, Sheriff's working with the... yeah, with farm supervisors abusing the staff. He's here to stop me from solving the case and get rid of outside interference. And who you're working with then? Actually, no one. I'm alone. All alone. Really? You don't have any partners? I don't. Swear. Sheriff said to meet him at the saloon at sundown. Still have plenty of time. Ever passed out the saloon or continue my investigation? So she trusts me. Ah, it's Bob Zappa. Hello.
Hi. I'm on my way to the next meeting. What's up?
Alright. We've got Bob Zappa actually talking to us. It's brilliant. Alright. Managed to get out of that meeting. I'm on the way to the next one. Tell me, what's it about? I'm thinking investigation harvest time. I need intel on certain player. Damn. This kind of data is usually restricted. Can't help you myself, but I'll ask some friends. Is this about? Ask about the sheriff, outlaw, and Leah Ann. From High Rock region. Any information would help. Every detail matters here. Sure, I'll ask around. I'll sense you as soon as I find anything. Later. Yeah, I want to know what the deal here is. My guess. Outlaw is the runaway girl from over there. Sheriff and supervisor making sure no one interferes. They're keeping the workers on drugs and such to make them, like, harvest money through quota, so they can then be able to afford more drugs. It's not rehab. They're perpetuating it. So they have, essentially, slave labour. Which doesn't strike me as a fun thing. I'm not gonna lie. Don't know her positioning. She's interested in the sheriff. Why is she interested in his money? Outlaw's not a cheater. She's scared of people. And she's not doing anything to them. I'm thinking she's the victim, but we don't have enough information. She had been doing... yeah. She had been doing farm work. She had been doing shady business with the person who was banned, but that was the offence that the Orange group had also been using. Because it had just been put on to her by the sheriff. Or maybe she continued using them after the Orange group cut ties. Yeah, she's left the Orange group supervisor to search around. I think she's a victim. We won't make any decisions until we've got more information. I was absorbed in the book.
You.
At least she seemed to be. Women slowly looked up at me. Oh, it's you. I changed my mind. I'll take the job. Excellent. I want you to vet the sheriff and find out if anything... I want you to vet the sheriff and follow me and find out what he does in reality. I hope everything's clear. Yeah, have you heard about the outlaw girl upstairs? I don't know her. I think she's new. She's strange. Just sits there and reads books. Have you seen her talk to anyone? Besides you? No, nobody came to see her. And what exactly do you do then? You seem to have a proper account rather than one of the free ones. Then burst out laughing. What haven't I been doing? I used to run a prosperous farm and I was on top of a leaderboard. Now I'm mostly here for people. Community is one of a kind. Sadly, you can't trust everyone. Which is why I asked you for help. And do you know much about the sheriff then? Yeah. I heard he's very respected here. Everyone speaks very highly of him. What's your opinion? Yes, I don't trust him. Right? I felt so myself. I'm glad I met you. I'm not gonna lie at all. He's not an outranger, he's not a doctor. Still gathering information. Okay. Who the hell is the sheriff though? I don't think he's a cheater. I don't think he's a victim. We should leave perpetrator. Responsible for problems of orange folk in situations like this. Who's each person pulling strings? Yeah. His reputation's really good. That's just for keeping a good public face. Arcade Orange Folk Supervisor and Mad Dog are the sheriff's most trusted men. Latter rarely logs into the game. Mad Dog was the Undertaker person, right? It's Rusty Ed there. But you.
Howdy, stranger. I'm Hank the Gravedigger.
Okay, no, he's not the Mad Dog person then, probably. Hey stranger, I'm Hack. I've honour being the Gravedigger establishment. We just sell coffins. Be here? Mind if we talk? Oh lord, if you have a question about the game, talk to Andy Joe by a platform. And if you have other topics, we can chat. Hey, tell me something about the residents of High Rock. No one dies here, so I rarely get to speak to them. Besides, I don't like to gossip. I prefer to look at the sky. It's beautiful. When you stand here for days on end, you must see things others miss. Like players who aren't here just to play the game. Just a minute ago, my old friend was pestering me for some good stuff and got nothing. I haven't seen her in-game for months. Now she runs up as Leah Ann. I think if it was Leah Ann, or I think it was Leah Ann, and just starts convincing me to... Ah, never mind. Okay. Think about something else. There's some movement out of the corner of my eyes. The air is shimmering the way it does in hot days. Like a shadow generated by the game engine. Shadow of a human. Could have been a bug or an invisible player. This Gamedec, I couldn't ignore these kind of phenomena. Some conversation with Gravedigger. Sorry Hank, I saw something. Looked like you'd just seen a ghost. Yeah, as a Gravedigger, you're not a farmer. How exactly did that come to be? Because there's no death. Farm is frozen right now. You need to work a town profession for a year to unlock the town resident achievement. Gravedigger gig happened to be available. Work is peaceful. It's basically world building. No one dies since we removed PvP. When it gets boring, I pop out to Realium to buy baby stuff. I can even sleep in game, but my folks grumble about it. Johnny knows, you know. This town resident achievement takes some dedication. You have to be in harvest time for that long? For a year? If I'm not in game, players can report my absence. Then the scripts check it and decide if I can continue in this role. Last month my activity dropped a little because of the divorce. I was moving in with my folks and I got report and lost the role. Sheriff Billy vouched for me. He's the reason I kept my progress. It's one great man, believe me. Yeah, speak favourably of him. A decent citizen indeed. Yeah. Hank nodded, smiled and stroked his belly. World needs more people like him. They make it a better place. What do you do in the real world then, in Realium? I work for Lecture Bank. I mean, I'm living with my parents now. On the old couch as we speak. I'm pregnant, so I'm on leave. Ah. Okay, I was under assumption because of the male avatar this was a man. It's a woman. Okay. Congratulations on the pregnancy, Hank. I didn't realise you had a uterus. Ah, perfect. What a man of charisma I am. Well, I am a man. I don't have a uterus. I mean, Cynthia, my beloved, doesn't consider me manly enough, which is why we got a divorce. Gave her the apartment and she transferred the pregnancy to me. Wait, like in-game pregnancy? But how? Can you explain? Your wife transferred pregnancy to you? You don't have uterus, but you're with a child? Where? Man, dinosaurs walk among us. I'm not organically pregnant. My body's in an external uterus. At the White Cloud Clinic. Gills my actual movements, hears me like you would in a real uterus. You can sense like if I'm in the sun. Recently got an upgrade. My mental bud can feel virtual movements in sensory worlds. He sees, like, hears, sounds, all of it. So long as I'm lunging in harvest time, enjoying the nature and fresh air, that's good for the baby. That's quite sweet. It's a bit concerning that you can link your child's senses to your virtual game.
Hi. I'm sensing you from the bathroom.
Aye, I'm in a meeting. I went to a bathroom, I'm sensing you from a stall. Cool, huh? Yeah, thanks for the bathroom part. Got anything? Well, a friend or a customer dug up some data on these players. I didn't get a proper look yet, I'll just read it out to you. Hi Bob, I looked into the sheriff guy. Suspicious stuff. Seems he's using some kind of cheat. Speed booster, time manipulator. Sheriff's account is registered to a man called Mr. Lebsky. And Leanne's real name is Nanette Ticket? Listen to this. That guy's a manager in our organisation. Nanette's Foundation. I checked their in-game profiles. And there's not a single interaction between them. As if they didn't know they both play. Curious, huh? A guy from Hacks gained access to the vPres cloud and found a record featuring Mr. Lebsky and Nanette. Transcript enclosed. You owe me. Transcript enclosed. You owe me big time. Bob finished reading. I owe him, that is. Not you. Anyway, I have to get back to the meeting. Is this any good? I'll say thank you. No, Bob, I do owe you. I'm sure this information will help me. Take care. I'm glad I could return the favour. Take care and good luck. There we go. So we now know who the sheriff is in real life. He's an employee of Leah Ann. Why is everyone a cheater or a perpetrator or victim? Can people not just be unrelated to this? I don't know how far this system goes, is the thing. Because she seems to be looking for this guy to check if he's doing his job right. I don't know whether she's on my side or not.
I wish to speak with you, Gamedec.
Yeah, hello again. He works for a foundation. Works for Nanette's Foundation under a pseudonym Mr. Lebsky. He runs Nanette's Garden's activation program for poor kids. The woman's eyes and mouth went wide. For a good while, she seemed to have trouble catching her breath. But how? I'm Nanette. I'm the head of Foundation. I had no idea Mr. Lebsky was a sheriff. He never said a word. And you have orange folk? You involved with them too? Nothing except the fact they work in public farms and everyone thinks they're weirdos. But how's that connected to the case? Oh, now I understand. Mr. Lebsky is a sheriff, and these people might be my kids from Nanette's Gardens. Oh my god. Thank you for your help. Do you have any other questions? Well, I'll be going back to Foundation. Yeah, Mr. Lebsky. I need information here. I've never seen him in person. We met in game. He offered to help me with Nanette's Gardens, and we struck a deal through Viper. The program is a burden on our budget. Mr. Lebsky came up with the idea to auction items from loot boxes that spawn when you grow pumpkins. I actually can't say a bad word about him. Made the gardens self-sufficient. The kids from the program have decent equipment, supplements, supervisors. Although I have to say, I'm not sure about anything anymore. Thank you for your help. Do you have any other questions? If not, I'll be going back. No, that should be all. Again, thank you for your help. I won't forget this. Goodbye. She's a victim here, then. But in what part am I linking this to be a victim? In this whole thing, it's allegedly kids being hooked up on drugs to work in a game to sell off loot boxes. The hell kind of thing have I gotten involved with this time? From that conversation, victim, I'm thinking. Sheriff, perpetrator. Outlaw, also victim. Not a cheater. Sheriff apparently sells speed boosts. It's possibly cheater and perpetrator. Still, collect more information and also go buy a cow. It's important things. I buy a cow from here. Kept moving. You want me to milk them? Whose cows were they anyway? Looked Unchained, this game had no stray animals. Tails kept swinging the same pace. This is a glitch. Wasn't in the game, I'd say someone gave these animals a scare, but who? Felt this presence that haunted me before. I knew I had to investigate it. There were two tools I could use. Intel mirror could pierce through the cloak, while Pain Ping launched a painful jamming impulse. Don't want to necessarily alert him, because it's someone watching what I'm up to. I need to watch what I say because of this presence. Opened my deck, launched Intermirror, and turned it towards the supposed presence. I'm thinking this could be the sheriff. Recognise the human silhouette without a material avatar. Search of her cloaking clothes seemed familiar, but I couldn't say why. After a while, the shape disappeared. I knew that if I caught this ghost, I'd be able to examine it more closely. Maybe even talk to it. Do I have any more things to invest point-wise? I do. I could unlock a basic skill, I can't unlock any advanced ones. I like the idea of getting an Infotainer. It seems to be coming up quite a lot. I don't think I want to go to Cheater. I'd quite like to be a Mindfluencer to just send adverts directly into people's mind, but that would be a bit of a weird one. Can I get both of these actually? No, I can't. I can only get one. If I got another empathy point, I could get other. Like Infotainer, I'd like Cheater. I'd probably like one of the higher tiered ones over like one of these ends. But I need more... More red. Could let me get that one. Do I hold off for a moment? Because that takes up 2 red. This only takes up 1. Also takes up the empathy point I need. I'll save it for now. I'll save it for now. So some strong gust of wind. Occasional mild breeze in this game, but nothing like this. It's either hallucinating, or just seen falling dust arranging itself into the outline of a human being. Just as I expected, a visible stalker reappeared. I had 2 more apps to use to examine this activity, but both were illegal. I could trace the player by performing either a safety scan by putting on Gamedec goggles. The scan was more reliable, but I risked strong admin attention. Goggles were safer, but the range was limited to my field of view. Yeah, we're not doing the scan. It was time for this little birdie to show itself. Goggles pointed me towards the ghost. I only had a short while to find that I had to hurry. Someone to catch the ghost, so I hurried in the direction suggested by the app. Okay, we need to be quick then. That's fine. I can be quick. I had the enemy in the bag, just had to restrain them. Freeze app I had my deck was the best tool.
Enjoying the game?
I opened the window and chose freeze. My attack was ineffective. The enemy had some sort of security program. Something familiar about the software. It took me a moment, but I finally recognised it. They were Gamedec apps. It was up for a duel. The enemy didn't wait for an invitation and quickly launched the first attack. The enemy attacked me with the web. It was a massive thing. We're having a Gamedec fight-off. This is great. Will they trigger my trap card like in Yu-Gi-Oh! Or is this? That is a massive
Wanna see
thing.
my farm?
But
I got the premium decoration pack.
I forgot how annoying this stretchy road was. It's a massive thing. What I wasn't prepared for. Him with full power and gave my opponent the lead. Seeing my enemy had access to standard collection of apps, but so did I. I opened the window with offensive and defensive programs. Apps had different speeds and methods of operation. Successful attacks gave you an advantage, while a good defense helped to keep it. Which is not. No, it's just become a card game or something, hasn't it? I'm gonna say focused and fast. Who's lived by the sword, from what I remembered. This app injects the server queries into opponent's code. It's basically a virus. The opponent answered of smokescreen. It was too slow. I was taking control. Opponent had already chosen the application. Enemy threw net at
You have to level up.
slow dispersed attack. Return it back to them. I wonder if my enemy knew that one. The so-called query redirection. Simple, once you get the hang of it. My enemy became the target of their own attack. I must have surprised them. But I knew they would be more careful next time. Okay. I'm gonna say halberd now. I used halberd. A strong attack signal overwrote enemy commands and made them ineffective. They tried to defend the smoke screen. It had decent velocity, but it was the wrong method. I gained the advantage. Disarmed my enemy, which allowed me to restrain them and check their identity. Female voice spoke to me. Alright, you really kicked my ass there. Let's talk. Who are you? Tell me. Relax, I'm a friend. I like your profession, and I'm intrigued by your investigation. That's why I've been observing you at work. I don't want to say more right now. Not here. Fine, but I don't appreciate being followed and eavesdropped on, and you still haven't answered my question. I'm a friend and I'll try and prove that to you. As for all the spying, I hope I can make it up to you somehow. Said you're a friend. Do we know each other? We met some time ago in a different world. I've Got a feeling we
The
have
weather's
more in
perfect,
common than just our
just like
profession.
every other day.
What exactly are you wanting then? Well, I want a friendly chat, one game deck to another. Sorry for all this sneaking around. Will you accept my apology? Sure. Fine, we're cool. Really? Great. I got to say, I didn't expect that. As a thank you, allow me to... Maybe I'll share some information with you. That might help with your investigation. But I don't mean to force my solution on you too early. After all, I can be wrong, right? Finish your investigation, and let's meet to discuss the findings. Preferably somewhere private. For example, the graveyard. Perfect. That's right. I've completed the investigation and finished up your business. Maybe where tombstones grow, as the poet would say. Do you remember the way? To jump off into the well, or... Wait, you can jump into the well? There's a well? Okay. Or off the saloon roof. Both methods are fine. I'll see you there. Good luck. The serious Gamedec vanished into thin air. A moment later, I received a text file and private message. Scanned and opened it. Message said, "You really kicked my ass there, friend. Please accept enclosed files for my compliments." We heard the sheriff say something about a cheat called Super Boost. Or Speed Boost, sorry. There's also something else in the file. Outlaw and the sheriff...
Enjoying the game?
Wait, the outlaw and the sheriff is after... It's actually a new skin belonging to one of Orange Folk farmers. Girl named Chameleon. Back to this player by listening in on the players. You might find it useful. Message ended with a note. I'd love to speak to you about the case. Remember, the graveyard? I'll wait for you there. There's a well that I can jump into though. Where's this well? Jumping down there was certain death. I was sure to end up at the graveyard. Okay. So I could jump into the well. Cool. Yeah, sheriff... He's definitely cheating. Or distributing cheats. I want to say he's both of them. He's definitely not flawless. Don't know much about Leah Ann. I want to say victim, could be perpetrator. Outlaw, definitely victim. On the run from the sheriff is overseeing it. Which makes me think victim, perpetrator, and cheater for sheriff. Possibly victim there, or unrelated. Because she's the superior to sheriff. Whether she told me all the truth, it did line up for the most part of what I already knew from Bob Zappa. I mean, at the very least, I can get a cow. So... Oh god, we're back again into the farm.
Welcome to harvest time.
Develop farm. See if we've required amount of coins, would you like to make a purchase? Yes, cow, please. I have 1,000 gold coins and I can buy a cow, that's amazing. A full bovine experience, get a premium account. How do I buy one? It's very simple, you just need to purchase a month. Oh. Pause. You find the right form as well as the terms and conditions in your mailbox. Go pro today. Registering one consents to personal data processing. This game's account could be also linked to SitHub account. You don't want that. You're an official business, not for fun. I take for business. Would you pass up on the chance to become a real farmer? Yeah. Sure. Right now you can get 50% off your first month. Yes, I'm fucking sure. Can I get a yeehaw? You can get a yeehaw. I love this game's weird sense of humour amongst everything. Okay, what do I need to develop my farm any further? Okay, I just need to get a premium account. Okay, yeah, no. There are 1,000 gold coins and I want to get what's mine. How do you buy a premium account? I'm glad you asked. No, I didn't ask. I'd definitely pass up. Oh, this is great. This is great. Just tell her to fuck off, and it's the same response. Let's open the chests. Some gold coins, a unique item. I get a tin bathtub if I ever wanted to take a bath. Okay, cool. I'm getting just some weird vibes off of this. I don't even have the cow I bought. Oh Christ, I don't even have a cow. Alright. That's enough for that farm. I'm not buying a free account. Can I share my investigations with anyone here? We have... you? I mean, can I get any more out of you? Yeah, thanks, we'll be fine now unless someone else gets disconnected. Alright, just take care. That got me another point in there for some reason in logic. Just for helping out. What about you? You doing anything more? Open the preview of the source code. And, okay, we don't have anything in binary chat. Don't need data preview. Data packets? Well, Deck and checks activity. Data transfer was massive. This player was really busy. See, someone who doesn't seem to be doing anything. The data packets are going wild. And you know something is off. Yeah, he's using that speed boost. Okay, can I get anything more out of you?
Please don't interrupt their work.
How do you game deck? So I've heard you're working for the sheriff. Good call. The law has to be respected. Sound like you're chasing an outlaw. And you'd like to question my people? That's problematic. You take too much of our time. Well, from what I've heard, the outlaw is anxious to leave High Rock. You should take your detective skills to a different part of town. Why did that have a weird glowy thing for a second? Okay. Yeah, the outlaw... definitely a victim. That's the person who ran away. They've all tried to cover it up by framing her as, like, spending company money or stuff like that. She's definitely the victim. I have decided on that. Don't know about her. Don't know which category sheriff goes into. He's not responsible for the problems of the orange folk. It's a cheater. She's not the one causing the problems. I'm thinking victim as well. Perpetrator is they're pushing these guys too hard. Ah, when he's gone, I can have a chat. Can't talk, you're looting. Okay, on to culprit. Who's responsible? I'm gonna say the sheriff. Neither of them are suspects. I'm gonna say the sheriff's responsible, but not for the exact reasons I'm immediately led to believe of him hacking them. He's, or whoever's in charge of Orange Folks, has actively disabled the thing that would cause him to log out by people, you know, running out of time. Or not running out of time, fainting. And am I able to jump down the well? No, I'll have to jump off of the roof of the building. I was told you could go down the well. I kinda want to do that, but apparently not. Okay, off the plank. How do I do that? No, I need to speak to the outlaw again, apparently. I've just noticed my tasks, like, I'm assuming that means it's a task I can currently do, not one that's completed. You willing to chat? No? Okay. How do I get to the graveyard? I'm not allowed to kill myself anymore. Which is probably for the best, but... I need to get to the graveyard. Unless I was coming to my own conclusion. Like, we're definitely not reloading a save. That was way too long ago. I was coming to the conclusion already, covering up the whole meeting the game deck in the graveyard part. To identify who's responsible. I mean, I still think it's a sheriff.
Greetings, new player.
Yeah, hello, I'm a Gamedec and Rusty. Your Guildmaster Rusty Ed's Guild. Ah, just fun facts. An old timer. Been asking an old timer about farming tricks. Go ahead, lots of stories. I'm good.
Sunset duels are the best part of the game.
So, how do I get to the graveyard then? And to get a ticket, and to collect clues and form a deduction. We've done that part. How do we get the tickets? You're a vendory type, right?
Hello again.
Think of the sheriff. What everyone in the High Rock does, solid and helpful player. Speak of an opinion yet, you're near him here. I mean, yeah, he's alright. Many inhabitants will confirm that. Where do I get this ticket?
Hello. What a nice day.
What do you sell? The moment your trade channel is closed. Ready to take on the town profession of a merchant currently. You're practicing slogans. Okay. Orange farmers? We only trade stuff better, she might know more. You know, I overheard some players dressed in a particular way. They lean over and say, "Show me your wares," very emphatically. Okay. Let's try that.
Come, everything's for sale.
She winks. You also have a Midnight Express ticket. Friends and regulars only 20,000. Ah, damn it. We need money. And a lot of it. Do we have to do farming?
Out of fucking order.
That was a the banker, he had his name changed. Oh, poor guy. Banker turned out to be a hacked bot. His name had been altered and he had a dumb look in his face. And it was crawling with flies. Didn't pay any attention. Can I withdraw some money from you? You know, loan, line of credit. I don't know how these things work. Does a deep hack work of a pro? Well, I've been hacked well. Any attempts to access its code required a lot of work and was unlikely to go unnoticed. By a number of artifacts from loot boxes found me near the stands in High Rock. Can I not sell any of these things from the loot boxes?
Come, everything's for sale.
I'm looking for information about the Outlaw. I heard a player was here recently. Oh, that new character. Leveled up real quick and hold themselves up somewhere. I'm afraid it might be another fraud. Another one, yeah. I think Outlaw is working with someone?
But there is
Is there
so
something
much
to
to do.
Hard to say. I had some trouble with this guy, Black Crook. Peddle illegal items and swindle people. The admin's banned him at the sheriff's request. I think that she said that since it was Betty that to go over his business. Yeah, Black Crook. I'm not entirely sure what happened to him. That you've taken over his business. I mean, that's true, but I'm honest. To my clients, I mean. That's with that player. I know that Blackrook and the Outlaw were doing shady business together. You didn't hear that from me. Okay. Outlaw is not responsible. Like, shady connections, but... yeah, no. I don't know. Is she forcefully logging them off, maybe? In order to try and help them? She's a victim, but she's also a perpetrator. It's really wanting me to be able to say it's the Outlaw. But I don't have enough to go on. Is there maybe some stuff in the saloon? Like, I'm not able to go upstairs, no. What about you?
Yeehaw! Is that my favorite rancher?
Yeah, sure. Leave. I don't think he's gonna have anything. Check the saloon. Anything in here at all that's useful? Talk to the bartender.
Howdy, what can I get you?
Tell me the local rumours. Sorry, but I can only serve drinks. An automatic character, not a player. Please don't look so surprised. Player hired me to fill in for him as a bartender. Their town profession. It's paid service, let's keep a role despite being absent. If you're interested in other paid services, please visit the game's website. Now then, can I get you anything? I need a premium account. Alright, sure. No premium accounts, no drinks. Now, what is my job in this game?
What a fucking ripoff. I spent so much money on this shit.
I mean, sure. But my current theory is, yeah, Orange Group for being abused, they don't quite know that they are. They are being put through what is essentially a rehab of some kind, but that's being taken advantage of to work them like slave labour. Sheriff and his underling are overseeing this operation. That means that the person who hired them to do so isn't entirely, like, free of guilt, but they were unaware of it. That would be the Leanne. She's a victim in it. But yeah. I don't entirely know what victim and such means at this point. Do we want to get any of these? Can we get any of these? No, we can't. We've got so much logic. I'm a very logical man, apparently. But I need more other stuff. But yeah, game of darts. Mini games, your favourite pastime in Harvest. It's best, got all achievements, beat everyone, no cheating, so missed all Harvest. I think they've screwed the game over with the latest patch because I wasn't making enough money for greedy fuckers. Ah. Worse. Source was chewing despite having nothing in its mouth. Curious? I've read online that it's a sign of stress. The beast was standing still and paid me no mind. Suddenly, a piece of paper jumped out at me. As soon as I read it, it vanished. As if it had never been there in the first place. It was an encyclopedic entry on local steeds. How useful. Okay, I really wish I could
It's good to see you.
ask questions about things. I'm not going to ask him about Stanley. Just 'cause I don't want to get him involved in any trouble. And, wait, who are you? Why have you got a name? I'm involved in lively conversation and didn't grace me with a glance. Just decided and listened. Oh, okay, legit. Drone collapse, no traces. Cosmic tree, axis, Monday. Tree of good and evil, tree of knowing. Symbol. Oh, yeah. What? Okay, basically they're on a conspiracy theory. I'll leave that be.
Enjoying the game?
I'm enjoying the game, yes. Okay, deduction. What exactly am I blaming for the culprit? Main problem, they're taking substances. Victims of the substances. Outlaw, Leon's not a victim of substances, but is a victim in the grand scheme of things. Sheriff is handing out cheats. However, he's not the one who's doing it. Okay, Sheriff responsible for all that jazz. Controlling, integrating, and suspiciously popular. Well, the person responsible for problems of orange folks is someone I haven't considered yet. I think this is different from what I want. I don't entirely know where these leads. I'm going to drop a save, see what it all leads to. It really seems as if it's wanting me to say it's the outlaw. Because it's given me a second chance to go for it. Okay, let's get that, like, ticket for the Midnight Express or whatever.
Sunset deals are the
Is
best
there a
part of
way
the
to
game.
get just tons of money? I'm assuming Bob Zappa could have done that. But I chose to get the information from him instead, which I think's probably the right choice. But yeah, now we need to get 20k. Which is an awful lot than I really would want to be getting from doing this daft farming game. But, alright. I can just farm some strawberries. This is fine. Only 10 coins. It's really disappointing. I kind of hoped it would be more. But alright. Probably plant now. I'm just trying to get the setup right so I can do one plant and then go boost the other. I'm still thinking the pumpkins seem to be more profitable. However. So you get a golden pumpkin, that pays you a lot. Yeah, I'm just gonna go for golden pumpkins. It's got to be the better move. Because that also gets you loot boxes. That's a golden one. Just need to time this right. There we go. You get loot boxes and whatnot. Should be helping. Come on. Whenever I see a gold one, I am definitely going to go out of my way to try and speed it up a bit. Or use the perfectly right bar, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, we need a lot of money, so I'm just going to be sat here doing this for a while. Come on. Any minute now. We'll be able to do this, right? I don't entirely know. Pumpkin gets you 1 normally. Perfectly ripened gets you 2. How much does a golden one get you? $20. And then 60 after. Okay, as opposed to these. 5 on average, but it's just not been perfectly ripened, then 10. I accidentally ruined that one. I'm going to try and figure out which pays out best. I'm assuming pumpkins, because you have loot boxes as well. But we need to find this out. Okay. Properly ripened, 10 and 20. You know, that's just worse. That is just worse. Okay, back to grinding loot boxes and that then. Fair enough. It's a bit of a shame. But, alright. The off chance you get a golden pumpkin, this has to be worth it, as well as the loot boxes paying out like 40 odd coins each. This should on average work out better, I think. I'm not entirely certain. I'm thinking that's the case. Come on. This is fine. Let's keep on planting pumpkins. We've got plenty of loot boxes. I don't know how many we want to get in total. I'm going to say 20. Then I'll hand them all in and hope that is enough. That's probably not going to be, but I mean, we need 2,000 or 20,000. If it's 20,000, I'm probably not going to do it. But, I mean, Midnight Express, we do need... I know I dropped the save, so we're going to start accusing people. But, I mean, the Outlaw, I think's probably the one who's safe in all of this. Like, at least from an ethical standpoint, they've tried to get away from being an abused worker. I really don't know. I really don't know what I'm accusing of being a victim here. Sheriff's a cheater. He's abusing his people. What I'm working on, though, is people being logged out of the game. None of the people who I could have gone up to would be accusable of being a victim. The options I had. None of them have been forcefully logged out. You could say the sheriff's a victim because he's the one overseeing them, but I don't think that's the case. I mean, I'm gonna blame the sheriff, I think, is what I'll probably do. I'm still gonna try and get the money for the ticket. I really hope it's 2,000 and not 20,000. If it's 20,000, that's really gonna throw a spanner in the works. I mean, it is doable, but it's really not gonna be exciting to do it. And also, I'm not getting any more golden pumpkins, am I? I don't know what the chances are, but I mean, I've got incredibly unlucky not to have seen any of them in the last... I don't know how many minutes I've been doing this, but in the last quite a while. I mean, thankfully it's a simple, repetitive task. Like, I can sit here and do this. I could buy the premium account. Could help out. It's a monthly subscription. I don't trust my in-game character to remember to cancel that. The golden pumpkins pay well, they don't actually appear as often as I thought they did though. Isn't the hope the loot boxes do any good? Come on. Let me get more golden pumpkins, please. No, no golden pumpkin there. That's not golden pumpkin either. Come on, one of these will be. I don't know which one, but one of them. God, I don't know if the chances go down after a while. They seem to, though. Okay, that's a golden pumpkin. To be ready to harvest. There we go. Replant this one. Harvest the golden pumpkin. Plant it again, it's no longer gold. Okay. Plant this one. It's not a golden one, so let's pay attention to it. Loot box. Come on. Once to get to 20 loot boxes, we've got a golden pumpkin there. I'll check that one. Make sure it gets properly ripened. Oh god, this is taking forever. I really hope it was 2,000. not 20,000. I'm happy to get 2,000. I'm not happy to do this for 10 times as long. I'm at 20 loot boxes though. I should stop. Open them, see how much I get. Pouch coins 46. Pouch coins 43. Unique item, milk can. Lovely. Coins, rare unique item, cactus. Come on. Rare item. It's a rock, not just any rock. Trilobite prints in geological layer, displaying. Yeah. Coins. Rare unique item. Uncle Tadek's headstone. Dear Teddy and Aiken, thank his spirit for your inheritance every day. Come on. Unique item. A bench. Sit there. Your loved one listening to some pumpkins growing. Okay, come on. God damn it. We got to 2,000. We've got all sorts of just crap, which I don't want. But we've got it. Leave the farm. I've got over the 2,000. I've got a lot more than I thought I would, honestly. Those 20 loot boxes actually got to give me a good chunk of money. Okay.
Hello again.
Secret password 20,000. God damn it. 20,000.
This game is so addictive.
Yeah, I'm not doing 20,000. I was about to go back down and just grind it out, but no. That's utter madness. I mean, I did say I would though. God damn it. God damn it. Okay, I'm gonna get more loot boxes. That's fine. Do that. I'm literally just getting loot boxes. I'm playing Farmville. Just not in Farmville. Farmville doesn't have loot boxes, I imagine, but I wouldn't be surprised. Loot boxes seem to be more profitable thing here, honestly. I can see why that was a decided on thing for those guys. Come on. We're gonna manage. This is such a pain. Thankfully the loot boxes aren't too rare. I'm already up to 3 of them. Also got a golden pumpkin. Let's just do that. There we go. Even more money thanks to that. This is fine. We're gonna do it eventually. It only seems to be that one which gets to be a golden pumpkin, like the one in the far end, which is weird. But, I mean, I'm not gonna question it. Maybe one of the other ones one day will decide to be golden. Because I know earlier we got golden for other ones. Oh, we've got one literally right there. Cool. I mean, that's quite handy. Just need a lot more money. Will happen eventually. It will. Maybe if you get enough loot boxes, they're kind enough to just give you a whole ton of money. Now, if I bought the premium account, it'd be a lot easier, but I'm not going to. Because screw this game. We're not endorsing the premium economy that this game shows. Okay. Finally getting a decent amount of gold pumpkins. If I get to 10 loot boxes, I'll be happy to hand them all in. There's another gold pumpkin there. Just wait for that. Come on. Got 2 loot boxes as well. And more golden pumpkin. And more golden pumpkin. Okay. Interesting. Is this just letting me get infinite gold pumpkins now? No? Okay, that's a shame. I had hoped. Okay, 10 loot boxes. Okay, cool. Hand them in.
Welcome to harvest time.
Get a unique item. Case of whiskey. Bunch of coins. A rare chest filled with coins. That gets you 200. At this point, these should become a lot more valuable now. Okay. Loot boxes are now valuable. Time to get back to farming and detective game. Oh Christ. This is a mess. Why am I doing this? I need 20,000 coins. I'm just doing Farmville. I don't need to do Farmville. This isn't in any way necessary. Why am I doing this? Like, it's just because I said I'd get her a ticket for the Night Express or whatever. Like, the outlaw I'm definitely thinking is the victim here. Among everything. At least from the way I'm looking at things. Not a victim of the exact case I'm being paid for, but a victim nonetheless. I'm trying to help them somehow escape the watchful eye of the sheriff and like the Ake guy who's walking around. Yeah, there he is there. Because clearly these workers, they're very much abused. Just need to keep on doing this. Is there anything I could get which would maybe help? I got another red one. Do I need one more still for this? Yeah. God damn it. I mean, I want to get better at hacking stuff. So we will do that eventually. I mean, I don't have to do all of this. Like, I'm definitely not doing the one for developing the farm. So it's not necessary in any way to complete all of these tasks. But, I mean, I want to see what happens. I want to. Because, I mean, I said I'd buy her a ticket. That's really god-awful to manage to do that. I don't think it'd be quite so bad. Okay. Didn't manage to get back golden pumpkin. That's a shame. I mean, we're a bit of the way there. We stand a chance, right? We stand a chance. Okay, we've got another gold pumpkin, that's fine. We're getting a good amount of money. When we get up to 10 loot boxes again, I'll then hand them all in. Get ready to harvest this. The gold pumpkin pays me well. Also gets me a chest. Lovely. Like a good loot box. Fed up with this. If only I'd asked Bob Zappa for money. If only. I mean, another bit of information genuinely did help a lot. So I do think it was the right move. But still. I do kinda wish I'd asked him for money, because it would have saved me all of it. Okay, we're up to 10 boxes. Let me just harvest these on the way out, in case we get more like that one. We should now be able to get the fancier loot boxes with money in them. So I've exhausted all the reasonable things I can get out of here. Come on, what do I get? Okay. Why have I got the Kaching achievement? I've got 5,000 coins. I still need to get more though. Oh god, I'm a quarter of the way there. I can't be arsed with it. No, I'm not spending. I'm not spending any longer doing that. But screw it. She's not getting a Midnight Express
I need to log
ticket.
out, but there is so much to do.
I don't care. It's fine. Okay, drop a save again, because I've kind of done some grinding. Okay, resume. We're gonna go in here. We're going to accuse the outlaw of a problem. I don't think she's necessarily the one at fault. The mysterious Gamedec waiting from a graveyard to pay my visits. What was her? Alright. We can now head to the graveyard. Graveyard is a positive. It means I can get someone else's opinion. Almost certain the outlaw is the one to blame for an incident. I don't think she's a bad person in any of this. It seems the theme is your client's not necessarily one in the wrong, but they're not necessarily one in the right. Ah, hello Raven. Good to see you. It's the game I was talking about earlier. It's an interesting game. We're currently in Farmville, trying to deal with possibly people being abused through drug addiction. It's a weird game. It's a very weird one. And hello.
Welcome, Gamedec.
Hi. Do I need to perform a ritual or an exorcism to make you reveal yourself? Ah, right. Let me exit Guardian Angel mode. Wait, how do I do that? I think it's here.
I am Kenzu.
It's me, Kenzu. We met in Twisted and Perverted. I was conducting my first case there. Ah, right, we've met. I remember you were chasing some crooks. Tell me more about your investigation, Ken. Did you manage to find the cheaters that spoiled your game? Online, yes. Wait, no, that's Ken. That guy helped me out. Online, yes, but, you know, Chief, it's not the same as catching someone on Realium. I tried using this program, Investigator, but it's not easy. So I followed them around and tried to find out where they live or drink. And so, step by step, program by program, deduction by deduction, I've become a Gamedec. And, I mean, congrats. Wise men say the only constant is change. Good or Bad is a cool game, but very demanding. Gamedec's profession is less stressful. That's right, I just miss the money. But yeah, harvest time? What are you doing here, following the cheaters? Yes and no. Remember those chicks in TNP, Knight's Code members? I take notice because they were talking about the Tree of Knowing. They're here now and they're asking around about it. It's important. I met the local sheriff too and I'm sure he cheats. I hate cheaters. So I laid low and started snooping. Then you showed up, so I thought I might join forces. And yeah, the tree? You mentioned the Tree of Knowing. You said it was important. Why? Do you know something about it? Chief, when the trolls took me down during the game, I caught a glimpse of a tree. Like the very air had been breached. I'm sure it wasn't a coincidence. I don't know what that shit was, but I must say it's connected, or it must be connected to what they did to me. I've heard those girls say it appeared in many places. You said you had information concerning my case also, I think. No, we got empathy. That means we could get something, right? Didn't we need second empathy? Could get straight up to sensory celebrity. You know, I want to get more forceful so I can get aroused. You said you had information concerning my case? Yes, and there's something fishy going on. Orange folk use a cheat, which helps get loot boxes. Yeah, it's some sort of a speed boost. Yes, but, you know, Chief, that could be any kind of hack. Small time or heavy artillery. The sheriff, that Billy guy, uses a similar cheat to win duels. And have you got proof? We were having talk about that cheating conversation with Aki. I don't have proof, but why would he talk about it for no reason? I mean, that makes sense, yeah. He needs to keep his position as sheriff. If he gets beaten in the duel, he loses it. Sadly, I don't have any substantial evidence, and I'd like to get some. I don't think the sheriff is being honest about why he's after the outlaw. Spoke to him, right, Chief? Didn't you feel they tailored his story to get you to work with him? Didn't you feel... no, that's just talking up an option. I mean, yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. So you close the deal with Billy and now you're obliged to do the job for him, but... Maybe it's a good idea to get him in Relium, find out who he really is. I get to make a decision. I'm gonna go after the sheriff. Sheriff made himself Lord of High Rock, forgetting he's in a game. Orange folks' problems are his doing, so I want to shove that gold star down his throat. The other option, outlaws responsible for the problems have to catch a player and have a serious conversation. Nah, sheriff. Yeah, I agree, we need to get him. Oh, fucking son. Investigator. I've got the investigator. Program tracks people down in Realium. Just need to get in physical contact with the avatar of the person you're looking for and hold him for a while. I know, I've tried. There's a problem. What problem exactly? It's like a thin layer of digital air between your hand and another avatar. Maybe that's why it's easier to cheat with a speed boost here. In search the code, it seems that barrier caused burns to vanish. I mean, they're there, but they can't be seen. It's that layer of air. I think there's a safeguard against the whether it was done upon the player. I mean, you could definitely hear burns. Requested or of their own accord. Can't just can't just touch anyone here. So you can't run the investigator by touching someone. Pass it over and I've got an idea. I mean, do tell. Can you hook up the investigator to bullets and then shoot some? The bullet would get inside the avatar and stay there long enough. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. I've got a gun. Ken looks at my weapon for approval. I see you managed to get a piece. Well, it should do. Took a bullet from the gun cylinder, opened my investigator window, and linked the program to the bullets on my avatar. Done. Done. Chief, watching you work sure is something. You need to challenge Sheriff to a sunset duel and shoot that douche. It's getting dark, we should go. I'll assist you in the invisible protective spirit. You can thank me later. I assume I've got no say in this? You'll follow me wherever I want to or not. I'm involved in this as hell. I know how this ends. Maybe I can learn something. Maybe I can help. Just don't get under my feet. Great, lead the way, Chief. That should be enough for me to get this. I don't have enough to go for that. So yeah, sure. Let's get a cracker. World Virtual Currency, or what gamers call the end game. Your hands, the code becomes malleable like clay. What others find impossible to break into, you crack effortlessly without interrupting your daydreams of snacking on dumplings. Perfect. I got the achievement Me Smart. It's great. Later on, I would like to get Brain Fixer, potentially. Being able to link things to influence someone's state of mind could very much be beneficial. Okay, we've got him. He should be keeping his distance. There are Sound the crows. I'm not seeing them. There's also this which we can break into if we're cheating. Which I'm not. Yeah, we're doing stuff in real life in this game soon. We're gonna, as they say, go and touch, probably not grass, but something similar.
I love loot boxes.
They're hanging Stanley. Yeah. Sheriff and his men, Aki and someone else. I don't recall Harvest Time having hanging a cat. Sounds like a bustling crowd were coming from the saloon. Let's hurry up. I mean, ask what happened. Yeah. Sheriff got pissed about something. I don't know what. He summoned people and riled them up. Even have gals. As the crowd subsided, only occasional shouts of, "Get him to the scaffold!" Guy kept glancing nervously at the square in front of the saloon. It's starting. Lead the way. Do I have anything else I can currently get? Anything that might be in use? Because I think sleeves could have been a useful thing here if we're doing a fight.
Ranchers, witness a triumph of law and order.
Ranchers? Witness a triumph of law and order. There's no place for scammers or scoundrels in High Rock. Yes, it's just a game. Most players take this world seriously. It's home, place of respite, meditation, and honest work. This person committed fraud. Lots of fraud. Truth about him will soon see the light of day. We're ever closer to the truth. Bad dog? Aki, you know what to do with him. I have to do something, Chief. Stanley's your client, isn't he? If I challenge Sheriff to a duel, that's probably going to be good. Could log out Stanley. It's a game without PvP, so there won't be any restrictions. If he is invisible. Ken, log the boy out. Can't just let him hang there. So, log Stanley out of the game. Enough of this humiliation. I challenge you to a duel. That's how you say it, right? Game system sent a message to the players. A duel was about to begin. Sadly, can't get sleeves. Not expecting to win. Yeah, we're putting a lot of faith in the sheriff. The orange drip, seemingly. Look, we got ourselves Daredevil. I'll put a bullet in you with pleasure. No one's ever beaten me, and you won't either. The presence of orange folk gave me comfort. Sure, all my predecessors had fired the first shot. That's why they lost. I mean, they restrained my movement. Sheriff said was said to be the best gunman in High Rock. Couldn't allow myself to make any unnecessary movements. Sheriff adjusted his hat and widened his stance. I was breathing calmly. Everything was under control. His eyelids, fingers, knees. Yes, his knees were shaking, almost imperceptibly. He must have been using a crappy helmet. As my glance had tightened his muscles, his knees stopped shaking. He'd lost some of his confidence. Moved my hand closer to the handle of the gun. Looking me straight in the eye, the man slowly shifted weight of his body to his upper leg. I could cause him to lag. The shot could decide the success of the entire plan. I started feeling anxious. Using eye control, I built up a program from the deck that could give me an edge. I needed a minute to start running. I had to stall. I would say watch the sheriff's shadow, but I wouldn't hit. And yeah, cheater I'd be able to maybe use? I don't know how that would help. Who's my opponent's shadow? It mimicked his silhouette, revealing elements not visible from my angle. Didn't notice anything special. The cat boarded toying with his victim, moved his hand closer to the holster. Stress intensified. Felt how hard my heart was beating. Lag program was still running in the background, slowly powering up. It only needed another moment. Why would I look at the tombstones? That's definitely not good. I mean, prepare to shoot. The sheriff moved his hand near his mouth as if he was about to cough. Instead, he reached for the revolver concealed under his armpit. Exactly what I'd been waiting for. There we go. We shot the sheriff, but we did not shoot the deputy. Fired a shot. Sheriff looked at the wound and logged out momentarily. I was hoping that the investigator managed to get a read on his location. Well.
Hello, I am Kenzu.
Yes, Kenzu, you've really got an odd voice considering last time you were the grimy looking Asian man, I guess. In a back alley type. Ken gave a thumbs up. Investigators in. I'll find the sheriff even if he logs out of the game. Mr. Gamedec, that was amazing. I'm a proper ass whipper. It's a shame Stanley didn't get to see this. Actually, since you've beaten the sheriff, shouldn't you? Yeehaw, partner. Congratulations, you've triumphed in a sunset duel. According to the rules, you can now assume the mantle of sheriff in this town of High Rock. I mean, sure. Great, I'll become the sheriff. I can now become an entertainer if I want. Which, I think I will. Got a lot of creativity, I'll be able to get that if I get a single point of empathy. Yippee, fantastic. Like all other players, I received a message from Game System. Hee-haw, Poison is the new Sheriff of High Rock. Special Sheriff Skin will be available to collect within 3 days of your account being verified. Along with your new role, you'll receive the legendary Horn of Plenty Premium Pack. I'll give it to the orange folk. I don't need it, but maybe you guys will find it useful. Oh, thanks, what a surprise. See you at the farm, Sheriff. Yeehaw. Is that enough to let me get in the... Yeah, I can immediately get to be a sensory celebrity. Cool. So I know how to act on camera and such to influence people. But being a celebrity is a balancing act. You must be ready to cross boundaries with absurd to cause a scandal because cameras love it. Take one step too far and you'll fall far below your peers. Fame is like riding a tiger. It's easy to attract attention, charm people and persuade them to talk, but if you go too far. Yeah, it's warning me that, but maybe don't always just light people on. Let it all get to your head now, Sheriff. I'll let you bask in the warmth of the golden star, dancing cloud. That opened the deck window visible to both of us. Alright, let's see if Investigator attached to the bulletin did its job. I looked at the report. The progress bar stopped 100%. There's an address below it. It's one of the mushrooms. Living quarters for the builders of Warsaw City. It's below city level. What a trip. He's probably getting up from the couch now. Just figured that we tracked him, he'll old. Gotta go. Want me to pick you up? I mean, sure. Yeah, I'll be waiting at my apartment. As you wish, partner. See you there. Mr. Gamedec, I'd like to talk some more if I may. Actually, I want to talk about something. Boy froze, still standing motionless and staring vacantly into distance. Orange folk start disappearing one by one. All members of the Orange folk had left the game. I need to do the same. Opened up the logout window. Yeehaw, partner. Leaving already? Maybe want to make a visit to your farm before you go? Probably the last chance to see this place. Yeah, fuck the farm. Nah, Poppy, I've got more important things in my mind. I'm going back to reality. I'll be seeing you then. Come back around sometime. It's the logout bus. Now it's time to visit the sheriff and his... Also gonna quickly go fill my water, so I'll run an ad very briefly to get rid of pre-rolls for a bit. Like 60 seconds, like a minute long, should be fine. Alright, I'll be back in a minute. Alright, that's me back. Just need to adjust that cushion. There we go. I think that should be bad break over. Hopefully. Back into the game. Often I've hard to identify smells hit my nostril. Decaying plants, smell burning. Wait, why is this wanting to shout something? What information about harvest time? Okay, we'll ignore that. Odour of oil. Is that what Undercity smelled like? We're only a couple dozen metres above the ruins of Old Warsaw. Ken came to pick me up with his new mobile. Went to the Mushroom, one of the places where Polis builders had lived over a century ago. On the way, Ken talked a mile a minute. Was excited, like a fan during a game. Touched down in a narrow parking lot by the door of the place, indicated by the investigator. Ah, so that's what it looks like in real life. Alright, or outside of the game I guess, not real life. Fair enough. Quite similar to his first person, right? From the Twist and Perverted. This is the moment, right, Chief? Oh, get the bad guys and kick their asses. And you being a game deck would be more thrilling than good or bad. Like, I feel like a real detective. But you're one of experience, Chief. Lead the way. Going guns blazing, right? No. Not with guns blazing, Ken. Don't know what's inside or how strong the door is. If it's reinforced, all we'll do is You're right. Cautiously. With some guns blazing. I go in, you cover me. Before I could answer, he threw himself against the door. He was strong, yet it was so much force he smashed the lock to pieces. Get him. I mean... Oh.
Please, don't come any closer.
He found us. Amazing. It's awfully empty here. No one's using couches or beds for that matter. Where are the other children? Kid told everyone to log out. He was livid, so some kids hid and waiting for it to pass. Well, come out when we're no longer afraid. You're the outlaw, right? My name's Camellia. In game I was known as the outlaw. It's good we managed to work things out. You've managed to get here. I feel silly for not entirely believing in you. Harvest time, you're the only person who stood up to the sheriff. You tried to run. You took guts, respect. I was terrified. I wanted to see sheriff, harvest time outside our town. They showed off these amazing things in each update. And when Kid couldn't let us, will I be allowed to see all harvest time now? I'm not sure what's in store for you guys, but it's bound to get better. Just give me an uncertain look. Where's Sheriff Billy? Call him Kid. He's in the office upstairs. Some deleting some stuff from his computer. That means he hasn't escaped. Perfect. Into his office, guns blazing. I have to take care of some things. Careful, Kid. Sheriff. Don't trust him. The first game had, like, sexual assault of staff members as the payoff. This time it's child abuse.
That Gamedec is here.
The hell. The genuine hell. Hi, Pig and Muffins. You've joined for an interesting game. Yeah, it's child abuse now. These kids have been hooked up to, like, online Farmville in virtual reality. And they were being abused in order to farm loot boxes that should then be sold for real-life money. They were being put into accelerated hardware which put more of a strain on them than was necessarily safe. They were passing out from exhaustion. And yeah, I mean, we can turn them into bitcoins. You know what? That's definitely one way to think of it. Part I'm not fine with is the kids weren't doing this willingly at all. They were being kept alert enough to keep going through various, presumably prescription drugs, not like actual drugs. They weren't like on coke or anything. Can't imagine that. But yeah, they're being given various boosters and whatnot to, or stimulants, for the better way to put it, to keep them awake enough to play the game. One of them before passed out after having played for 3 days straight. This is sketchy as anything. Kids, take cover. Got a bum invasion in our hands. Guy bit the tip of his tongue. He's in the mood for a brawl. Electric knuckle duster flashed in his clench fist. Okay. I'm gonna get into fights. Probably. Brain Fixer is that one, which I was trying to aim for a while. I'll get it eventually. The other option was Re-Educator. Which, I mean, yeah, I don't have any chance of that one. I'll try calm them down. Gentlemen, calm down. I want the kids and the sheriff. Still have all your teeth and unbroken noses, so let's keep it that way. You're free to leave. Also, I should ask Penny Muffins, do you actually know much about this game, or do you want me to give you like a synopsis of what kind of game it is? Because I'm happy to give you a synopsis if you want. Just so that you actually know how the game works. I mean, I'm not gonna spoil anything too much, but if you want to know what kind of game it is, I'm happy to tell you. First you charge in here, breaking down the door. It's all fucking calm down. Every action causes a reaction. Ken winked at me. He was ready to attack. I don't want to be fighting in front of the kids. You know nothing. Okay. This game. It's called Gamedec. Basically, as the game suggests, you're a detective who uses games for your detectiving. It's essentially point and click, dialogue choosing, investigate, come to your own conclusions and things. And from that, come to the end of the case. For example, if I go to the deduction screen, the very first thing you get to decide, because the case starts off with someone coming to you with a problem. It was one of the orange shirts, as they were called in the game. Actually, these kids, we later found out, who were somewhat being abused as far as I'm aware. Someone came to me and says, hey, this is just something that's going wrong, we're being forcefully logged out of the game. We're not sure what it is, there's no errors on our side, would you be able to lend a hand? I got given some advanced payment, and that was it. Now, fair enough, advanced payment is good. However, that's not typically what goes on. Knowing now that it was these kids who put together that advanced payment to try and get help from me, they wanted the help so they could keep playing in the, essentially, Farmville game, which we were being used to farm loot boxes in. But I mean, I've decided I know better than them, and I'm trying to help them out. So yeah, that initial thing, all of these I discovered through talking to people and investigating. Various clues, you can look over them and decide what's actually going on here. I mean, looking back, definitely they are forced click loot boxes. However, there was rumours going about the town thanks to the sheriff, who's the one in charge of looking after these kids, who's been giving them various, like, stimulant drugs. And they are suffering from side effects, like, it is essentially both of them as far as I'm aware. But yeah, the game's quite a dark theme, do be warned. I don't think there's anything too bad, but there is, like, reference to sexual assault, child abuse, stuff like that. Just do be warned. But yeah, through that takes you along your path. You then investigate more, figure out who people are, then just keep on moving along the deduction path. Now, I got told at one point to make a decision. I could either go after the sheriff, person I suspected of abusing people, didn't know it was kids at the time, but people to just farm stuff in-game for him to make real money. Or I could go after the outlaw, who was someone who seemed to be against the sheriff to some degree. We didn't know quite to what degree, but they were against him. Things were trying to get pinned on the outlaw. We've learnt that was the kid at the front door who just kind of wanted to look around the Farmville world, just to see all the new stuff that had been getting introduced, but no, she wasn't allowed to do that. Yeah, I decided to go after the sheriff. I went after the outlaw. Potentially wouldn't have this partner dude with me, the Ken Zhao, who he started off as a professional esports man. Then a bunch of hackers interrupted his game. His sponsors got annoyed, he tried to chase after him, he's now become kind of a game detective as well. If I didn't follow what I thought was the correct thing to do, he might have given up on me. Because the sheriff was definitely in the wrong from what we'd been piecing together. But yeah, it's a good game, picked up during the summer sale. I kind of hoped it'd be more like Disco Elysium, if you've heard of that one. Lovely game, very much recommend it if you haven't played it or seen anything of it. If you go to the YouTube channel I've got, there should be VODs of it from around Christmas time. So you could have a look at them if you are interested. Like Disco Elysium, definitely one of my favourite games of all time. I'm not going to spoil anything for you, but if you like your point and click games, then fair enough. Disco Elysium's not really a point and click game. It's better. I'm not going to spoil anything much about it, but it's a great game with some lovely voice acting. In fact, I'm happy to say it's probably one of my favourite games. I genuinely loved it. It's like point and click, but you're a detective who needs to piece your life together because you got completely blackout drunk. Things happen regardless of what you know. If you know stuff, certain options will appear based on how you put your stats into your character to begin with. You have different options available to you in Disco Elysium. It's a good game. If you like your role-playing stuff, definitely recommend it. I honestly might consider streaming it again at some point. getting back to trying a different build. Anyway, Ken winked at me. Who's ready to attack? I'm not able to fight, and there's two of them. Brawling's not my thing. I believed a peaceful solution was possible. Listen. Yeah, that would probably happen. Yeah, fair enough. I felt like the goon had hit me with a hammer instead of a fist. Luckily, Ken didn't share my pacifist approach. I played good about it. I'd have a bloody hammer-field ribbon from your ass. You know what that is? The goon blinked and started to retreat. I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Fair enough. I have heard Yu-Gi-Oh! Is really good. I've never actually gotten around to playing it. All I really know from it is like your whole pot of greed from the anime, and just how often it comes up in like your Blue Eyes White Dragon and that. I watched a good bit of anime when I was younger, don't remember a lot of it. I have heard the game's good, I think the turns would take too long, and it seems like there's a lot of a learning curve in there. And personally, my favourite like tabletop card game thing is probably Magic the Gathering. I really love Magic the Gathering. I get it, there's definitely decks which are made to be like more strong than others, but none of them are ridiculously strong. I don't know if that's the case in Yu-Gi-Oh, but in Hearthstone I really hate how everyone uses the same couple of decks. I don't know if you play Hearthstone at all. I won't deny that. I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. If you actually know how it works, I'd imagine it's a lot easier to play. I could definitely be convinced to have a look at some point. I mean, do I still have point redemption reward for it? Yeah, if you get up 10,000 channel points, it's not the easiest to do, but if you do, like, you can just redeem an extra stream on literally any game you want, so long as I either own it or it's free. And I will play it. Might even play it myself, just to have a look at it. Anyway, back to the game. That's enough chatting about other stuff. You didn't make it. You're already close. I know, channel points build up so fast, don't they? I don't understand why. I mean, I think the watch streaks help. I'm not entirely certain, but I think the watch streaks help. Anyway, he didn't make it. And honestly, I love Ken. I love him. He's not like Kim Kitsuragi from Disco Elysium. I loved him. Not in a homoerotic way, but yes, in a very homoerotic way. You okay, Chief? Yeah, nah. Thanks, it would have done me in if it weren't for you. I misjudged the situation. He beamed with pride. Don't mention it. You're the brain of his team. That makes you the brawn. That makes me the brawn. Now, let's find the sheriff. Oh, hello. It's the only kid that didn't get scared. He seemed overly excited. Mr. Gamedec! Oh, wow! I've never seen anything like that. Only games have those wham bam animations. Didn't quite work out for you, huh? That other guy did you alright. Good thing you brought someone strong with you. Like we brought you. You have to go up. He's upstairs. Oh, I'm Stanley, by the way. I mean Tom. I forgot to tell you. I was afraid, but you did fine. The handle kid too. You showed them. Knew that you must be good with all these... wait. Knew that you must be good with all those likes under your profile. That you'd find us. I heard his jaw crunch when he got hit. Yesterday we had no dinner and they laughed. Well, who's laughing now? This investigation had to lead you here. I knew it. He's spelling all the details, this kid, isn't he? I knew you didn't have to say anything, because you'd figure it all out. I mean, you can tell who's bad and who's good here. We're dirty and hunched over like any villain in a game. If anyone looks like that, you know they're bad. I knew you'd figure it out. I feel I should interrupt at some point. He's not going to stop, is he? That was epic. Like the rage of it. Only comes once a year in harvest time, because it's too epic to have it more often. Then there are wild horses stampeding to hide the raid. People say wild horses are an omen. But nay and stomp. Omens would nay, right? Everyone knows omens don't neigh. Oh, bless him. He's just excited I've come to his rescue. Wait, I wanted to... He wouldn't listen. He was too excited. Ken lost it. Stanley! What? Where's the sheriff? Oh, upstairs. I think he tried to run away from you. Chief, let's be quick, shall we? I like being called Chief. I do quite like that, and that's Samantha. I'm actually concerned about one of these people. I'm assuming it might be you. The person who literally collapsed from overexertion. Also, check the crates. Crates had the Net Foundation logo on them. Were stacked crookedly, so they might have been dumped on the floor. Looked inside. Cheap game pills and infusion liquids. As far as I could tell, there was more virtually a pharmacology here than food. Ah. So the kids aren't fed well, they're just kept hooked up on things to make sure they can keep playing. I left the mess alone. Yo, Mr. Gamedec. Damn, you look the same as here. You look the same as in Harvest Time. Lol, no one does that. Why are you staring? It's me, Silly Sally. Silly Sally? Everyone using that letter and digit code. Damn right it's me. It's cool you came, but be careful. Outsiders are fucked here. It's dangerous. Yeah, you feeling fine? Like, she was pretty jittery in the game because of all the stuff she was on. You seemed out of sorts while you were playing. How are you feeling? Well, once I logged out, I basically fell on my ass. I'm so out of it. That's like normal. Happens to everyone. It's cool now. You said this place was dangerous for outsiders. No one comes here because they want to, like, ever. They have to be brought in by Doug or Aki. One time a guy in an anti-G harness wandered in here. Doug kicked his ass so hard he looked like a bad Hexel. Probably dealt with him already, but kid is upstairs and I reckon Aki and Doug have nothing on him. Alright. This is essentially an orphanage, by the way, in case you hadn't pieced it together. Is that kids? That doesn't look like an adult. Ken stopped me and was about to open the door. Chief? No, I may look like a total pro, but I've never caught anyone. And really, I mean, no one interrogated anyone. Any tips before we go in? First of all, the investigator led us here, but we don't know who's behind all this. Let's get the guy who acts as a sheriff in the game, interrogate him and find out what's going on. Stay by the door. If he runs, stop and overpower him. But only if he tries to run. Remember, we want to talk to him, not break his limbs. It's very smart, Chief. I'll try. I'll leave the talking to you. I'll listen and learn. Hands up, motherfucker. Here for justice. You realised that was too much. Sorry, Chief. I got carried away.
Hey, you're out of luck, guys. The boss is gone.
Okay. Hiya. You're out of luck, guys. Boss is gone. He heard you coming and jumped out the window. Told me to stay here and clean up. It's just some kid. It's good you're here. I'll go check on your friends. He headed for the exit. Stop bullshitting. I know you're shit. Proud smile spread across his face. I almost convinced you, right? You can even get one over a game deck. These kids are suffering. Doesn't your conscience bother you? Why? It's all work, after all. It's making money. Or that good-for-nothing game deck. Anyone would do the same in my place if they could. Anyone. The kids can't do it. They need someone to decide things for them. He's proud of it. Of course. Everything goes on. Everything was going great until the punk's called Gamedec. Took out my walktail, opened the command window, and dialed Nanette's number. Let's see the head of operations. has to say about this. Hello there, Gamedec. Is this the moment you wished me to return the favour? Listen, I'm in the Mushroom right now. It's one of those 100-year-old structures manned by the builders of Polis. I know what mushrooms are. Well, have you found anything interesting there? Yeah, the headquarters of the next gardens. It's a dump. The stinky, creepy slum. What? But how? I rented this nice place. Kids are addicted to pharmacological substances. I had no idea. This cannot go on. I'll take care of it right away. These children need care and attention. Just please don't inform the police. An official investigation could paralyse my foundation. I wouldn't be able to help those poor kids. I mean, I'll need to think about it. You had plenty of time to take care of this. I don't know. I need to understand the situation better before I can make a decision. That's all. Thank you, Nanette. Thank you for telling me this, Gamedec. I'm once again asking you, please let me fix my mistake and take care of these children. Let me know when you decide, I beg you. I've come to solve your problem. Kids called us because we were miserable. Didn't they tell you they want to kill the person in charge of the foundation who just wants to set up an orphanage? I mean, to be fair, it's quite the oversight to let like some random person you met online run the orphanage, ends up turning a profit for you, so you just completely ignore it and don't send anyone to check up. I don't think she's completely free of guilt. I don't think she deserves a death penalty. I think that might be a bit far up for killing this child, though. That's fine by me. Like, won't kill her, I'll kill the child. That's fine by me. Didn't tell you... didn't they tell you they want to play more? Because usually they do. Have it better in harvest time than they would in the streets. So we make some money and escape poverty. Kids complain about strange symptoms. Pain, confusion, weakness. Do you think it's acceptable? Take a look inside the boxes. We're filled with supplements and all sorts of medicine. You'd be able to work if you were sick. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Like, I know what I'm saying. I just don't ever hold myself accountable for what I say. That's all. You little shit. You're taking advantage of those kids and can't even call for the doctor. What are we gonna pay for that? The nation doesn't check on us or help us. No earnings, no doctor. That's why we discipline them. Of course these fucking idiots took part of the money and hired a Gamedec. Yeah, the kids are addicted to drugs and game pills. This is not good. You're turning them into junkies. What exactly do you think they've been doing in the walkways, huh? At least here we only take the game pill and some vitamins. No nasty stuff. Believe me, I'd notice. They wouldn't be able to work. Yeah, you made them use a speed boost sheet, making it essentially twice as taxing on them. We all use it sometimes. Why do you think nobody can beat the sheriff in a duel? Anyway, kids slack off, then use a cheat on themselves and their plans to catch up and make money. Well, we all gotta make a living. Ken's face turned red. What did you say? On themselves? But that can accelerate the aging process. Chief, that can cause Adelheim syndrome. Accelerated aging? The organism won't work at full power and it gets worn out. That's messed up. What's the alternative? Starving in Low City? Better to get hold of a little faster, but actually get to live. To survive, don't you get it? Adelheim syndrome can have irreversible effects in children. Growth disorders, endocrine gland disorders. Be disastrous for them. They experience lifelong chronic pain. They'll get old much faster, which means they'll live shorter lives. Do you understand? At least they'll be happier. I'll actually have something that's theirs. We don't force anyone to work for us. Low City does. This kid's a fucking asshole, isn't he? What a fucking asshole. Alright, that's enough for me. I see that you believe everything's working perfectly here. How does this thing actually work? Using slave labour? What? You gonna take these kids home and take care for them? You and your kind little heart didn't give a fuck until somebody paid you. They paid you because they're making money. Instead of doing drugs and roaming the walkways without supervision, they're here, together, learning how to make money. I'm proud of that. The thing is, I can see this weird twisted logic making sense, in a way. Essentially what the situation is, if I piece it together. You've got person in charge of the organisation, who I fought. Person who you wanted me to kill. She essentially heads a charity or some kind of organisation to help kids in impoverished circumstances. That's fair enough. She does this, gets her better reputation in the upper class. It's a very, like, class-based society, this. You've got upper city, lower city, and, like, the kind of middle bit. Where, I think that's where my character lives. So, she doesn't involve herself down here. She has other people do that for her. Is it responsible to not have anyone check in at any point? No. Is this person here giving the kids a better chance than if they were out in the street? Possibly, honestly. Like, it's dangerous. I'm sure they could do it more ethically. But at the end of the day, like, he's not entirely in the wrong, except for with that haircut. That's a really silly looking haircut. Yeah, the kids were orphans, right? Kids crowded together and working in a dilapidated hovel below even the lowest of low city levels. You're really proud of this. Brats from low city walkways. We feed them, give them a place to sleep, access to nature, fresh air, and a farm no less. So, you force them to work, you son of a bitch. You're stealing their childhoods. We're gonna kick your asses. Walkways are dirty and dangerous. Kids are starving. These childhoods we're stealing from them, pal. Come on, come the fuck on. We teach them to earn and sell their loot for one. Let's keep this place going. Buy game pills for Foundation. We're our only chance. I think he's probably just deluded himself beyond what he reasonably had to. In the harvest time, I saw a guard keeping track of the kids working every move. Check up on them to see what they're doing. It's called quality assurance. It's child abuse. They're street rats. Do you think they'll do what they're supposed to if we leave them unsupervised? We keep an eye on them. That's how we make money. We can feed them, give access to the game. Everyone wins. And yeah, we had the kid try to run away. One kid felt so bad here she tried to run away. Her plan was strange as she lay here all along, but that screams of desperation. That's right, slave master. If we're so happy, then why are we running and hiding? Where are those kiddos anyway? Use your brain, idiot. These kids can leave anytime they want. The door's open. Notice that if you use the handle. Yeah, they run away, but only inside harvest time. They want to leave the mushroom. They want to stay and keep playing. As long as they're here, they need to follow the rules. If I let them slack, they won't learn discipline. The program won't profit. Level 75 at 100 in battle. That's 3 days ago. 100 duels, 7 days left to get last. Oh god, yeah, that's the problem with Battle Pass, isn't it? Trying to optimise them. It never goes that easily, does it? I don't really bother with Battle Passes. They're a mess. They really are. Like, they're very much a psychological thing. Like, you know how loot boxes are for gambling? Loot boxes are to get you just paying money and the chance to get what you want. Battle passes are there, so you pay to get rewards, but you also... fair enough. But yeah, battle passes are there so that you have the option to pay money for better rewards on it, and it keeps you coming back, because once you've put some effort in, you might as well put all the effort in, right? Get all the best rewards from it. It's kind of scummy. I don't like them. I think they're better than loot boxes, because you know what you'll be getting so long as you put the time in. Still don't like them though. Also, I'm going to turn the light on there. Oh, just a second, it's like just over from the desk. There we go. But yeah, battle passes, not as bad as loot boxes by my standards anyway. That's enough for now. Chiefy's not showing any remorse. I feel in my gut he's not going to learn unless we graciously beat the fuck out of him. Ken? I agree wholeheartedly, but would you calm down for a moment? This isn't how we're supposed to serve justice. We've heard what the kid had to say. What do you think, Ken? I'm not sure, Chief. Apparently neither the sheriff nor Leanne is behind all this. Who is then? Could this punk be the boss here? How do we make sure they're safe? Regardless of whatever the fuck you think, you don't have a choice. If you call the police, these kids will end up in jury or in walkways. I would say the latter. You're going to leave them alone in Low City. They'd be much worse off than here. Kid smiled cheekily. Unless you want to take them in and raise them. No? Well, that's fine. I know how to take care of them. Here's where we make the choice. Option 1 or 2. Okay, let me quickly read what that does. Survival instinct at its peak form. You won't be broken by tension, pressure, or stress. Sense of danger before it manifests itself. Can for borderline situations. Okay. If I had that perk, I could run the child Bitcoin farm, as you put it. I'm honestly torn between these two. Honestly, police, they shut the whole thing down. Does that necessarily fix the problem? It fixes it, yes, but possibly creates more problems like he says. I don't think he's entirely wrong in what he's been saying. I just think he's kind of taking advantage of that situation and trying to manipulate us. What we're not doing is leaving it in his control. Next foundation. If she's from the upper city, she's got enough money to look after the kids. But what's to say something like this won't happen again? Presumably, like if we give benefit of the doubt to her, she's not going to repeat the same mistakes. I'm somewhat more towards option 2. I'm gonna let you decide, Pingamuffins. Police, or do we leave it up to the woman who you wanted to kill, and I somewhat am against as well? Because the police, they shut the whole thing down. You're thinking police just kill her. Okay. Calling the police, shut down the operation. Kids possibly out in the street? I don't know if there's a care system in place if something like this can happen in the first place. But I said I'd let you decide, police it is. You should call the police, we need to fix this mess. Right, they'll be taken care of. I'm starting to feel like a hero, but then I realised that I don't know anything about kids. Good call. Alrighty, Chief. I'll sense him and take care of everything. Ken, open the private window and chose a number. Slip started to move, but I couldn't hear anything. Kid, headed for the exit. Where do you think you're going, punk? You're the one responsible for this whole mess. So what? I'm a minor. You wouldn't do anything to the minor, would you? How about we fuck him up anyway, Chief? Reduce him to a wholly punishing hand of justice. I'm itching to beat the crap out of him. Now, how evil do we get? You have let him run away. He gets off scot-free. He's completely fine. We could have shot the kid if we had this, which I came close to getting instead of that one. We could have just shot the kids. Turn him into police, or trap him in a speed boost, the thing they'd be doing to the other kids, the thing which causes him to age further, potentially live in just a lot of pain. That sounds especially cruel, but I'm not against it because this kid's a real arsehole. Like, his first instinct was delete files from the computer. He had people under him beating up the kids when they tried to ask for food because they weren't earning enough money or something. I'm not against trapping him in a speed boost. The police is the right thing. Presumably, the police would still get him if he was in a speed boost. Kids, you like for using a speed boost, and you don't give a fuck what that'd accelerate aging, right? You don't mind experiencing it yourself, then. I'll trap you in a cheat like that, and kids will decide when to turn it off. Please, no. You're clueless, it'll kill me. Oh, don't worry, punk. You want to be an adult. This'll help. If someone takes pity on you and you get out, you can run a real business, not a shithole like this. Say, I don't know, an old folks' home? This is great. I'm bullying a child now. Case and office appear as the same ones downstairs. Most of them weren't opened, and some of it I could see shipping details. Scanned the chips on several random crates. It was charity. The Net Foundation donated them to the Net's Gardens free of charge. Judging from delivery dates, it was common practice. They were all collected by Mr. Lebsky. Someone else would have to handle this. So he pretended to be someone else in order to get control of this. Or to get the kids. They have been getting sent stuff free of charge, but should have been managing, like, feeding the kids and everything. Why was there no food? Surely he just didn't ask for food to make it seem more scarce, to make the kids do what he wanted. I think this is fine. There's an ancient computer on the desk. I wonder what he had on his computer. There's nothing on it. Not even an operating system. Kid had leaved everything. No worries, Chief. If I don't recover data, there's plenty of evidence downstairs. I don't know if I'll be fine from now on. Yeah, I want to see you, so you're not going to get logged out. Sir, what will happen to us now? Who's going to take care of us now? You won't leave us alone, will you? I have a place will be here soon. I'll take you to a better, safer place. You won't have to work. Police? They'll separate us. You'll see. I'll be the same. Well, that's different kid speaking. Police, they'll separate us. You'll see. I'll be the same as with Alex. Remember when they took her? Yeah, she never returned to the walkways. I don't want to go to the police. I don't know if you can stay together, but you'll get better, and no one will force you to work anymore. We don't want to be separated. Please don't let them take us. We hired you. We don't want that. We'll behave now. We'll work faster. Settle down, kids. Really, this is for your own good. Really. Children fell silent. Gotta say, it feels pretty strange when you just stare at us without saying a word. First case solved. Should talk it over, Chief, but maybe not here, huh? Why don't we discuss our strategy tonight? Your place. Let's roll, Chief. The police will be here any minute. We're not waiting here for the police to come by. We're not. We're just letting the kids stay there waiting for the police when we're clearly not wanting the police to come. While the door is literally off of its hinges. Sure. Sure.
It's good to see you.
Good evening, you two. Welcome home. This is perfect. Time is perfect. Temperature normal. Ken, meet Bliss. She's my majordomo.
It's good to finally meet you in real life.
Ah, she's cool, Chief. Hi there, Translucent. Ken's out. Good or bad player. One of the few players in the world who can play for 15 seconds at 19th level of pain. The most efficient attacker for the last 2 seasons. Ken looks at me content. She knows everything about me. Intellectual personality. Great choice, Chief. I'll offer him a drink. Would you like something to drink? Sure. What should we have? The whiskey man. Big gruff detective man. We need to be having whiskey. Yeah, we need to rinse some neurons after what happened in that mushroom under Low City. But let's focus on our next investigation. You notice how we said our, Chief? This those two trippy girls in TNP. Ones that were chatting people up. Seems strange, so I talked to them. Turned out we were recruiting people to clan in a different game. Wait, it gets better. This clan believes in some crazy ass stuff. We're also obsessed with number 314. I think for a cult, so you see, looked at me as though he was waiting for questions. Yeah, he mentioned the tree of knowing. That interrupted him when the hackers came by? That seems like an odd thing. What is this tree of knowing exactly? Yeah. Well, I'm not sure yet, but I'm really interested in finding out. You see, this goddamn tree is what somebody used to destroy my career. We are never specific about the tree. Some kind of artifact. Apparently it only appears once in a while. It's a big deal for them. The tree gives them truth and inspiration. It sends some signal things. It seems like they get high a lot. Suspicious, right? And are you hired or are you doing this on your own? Not really, I'm working on my own. You do know that Gamedec's get hired, discuss their remuneration with the client, and they only then begin their investigation, right? This one's an exception. Well, the second exception. First was harvest time. I hired myself to find out who killed my career. Somebody's got to find the culprit. Are you in, Chief? I mean, he's lended me a hand on multiple occasions, sure. Alright. This might be too difficult for you to handle on your own. Awesome. I'll be like your good or bad's team, but in Realium. And in all the other games in the world. Yeah, number 314. What's the deal with number 314? I feel like I've heard something about it before. At first I thought it was a reference to number pi, but there's more to it, Chief. I gotta say, it gives me the creeps. You know, it's like, whenever I see this number or even hear anything about it, something happens. And don't fucking laugh at me. And I'm not. Don't neglect it. You're feeling something. That's a fact. Might be your emotions, but it might be something else too. Worth investigating, right? That's what I thought. Because, you know, Chief, I kinda believe there might be something mystical going on here. It's like, when I see 314, it feels like a sign that was put there specially for me. Because special. Strange, right? If the clan knows I'm interested in them, and they reprogram my walk-tell my lenses, it's worth investigating. And yeah, the girl's talking about this piques your interest. Why? During that game, you know, when I rage quit, those fucking trolls weren't the only thing I saw on that space trip. There's also a tree. I mean, what was that about, right? But when I heard the clans worship a tree of knowing, I figured it might help me understand. Did some online research. It turns out their sacred tree of knowing looks exactly like what I saw during the game. It's my lead, Chief. My lead to finding the fuckers that ruined my career. And do you know anything about the clan yet? It's called the Hon clan. Apparently Hon means book. It's their emblem in a book in front of a tree. Play MMOs. Keep talking about mediation, observations and stuff like that. Even more than about fighting in territories. I mean, you know, Chief. When they fight for real. They know how to play. But as soon as those girls realised I had money, they told me I was special, that my spiritual path leads to the clan. Suspicious, huh? Yeah. Okay. Latest case, do you have an opinion on it though? Like, you've solved your first case, you've got to be proud, but child abuse is maybe not the easiest first case. Chief, it was amazing. I feel like king of the world. I think we should always work together. Ken finished talking before I managed to cut in. No problem, Chief. That's why we're a team. Together we're even more awesome than we are separate. Listen, I see this whole game deck thing really interests you. Would you like to hear more about the job? Sure, Chief. I'm all ears. Guess I'll listen too, says the AI. Why is the AI listening in? This seems weird. Well, it has no benefits really. No pension, no vacation, no sick leave. When there's work you make money. When there isn't, you starve. Ah, sounds wonderful. That's because you're young. But sure. Have a go at it. So remember what I told you, because what seems wonderful at first might turn out to be a completely different kind of wonder. But it's better to try and find out, I guess. Yeah, something like that. Let's have a drink. I do like Ken. I'm happy that I've got a, like, sidekick. I'm not sure I can drive my automobile after all those drinks. I mean, you can stay the night, Ken, but I've got a big sofa. Thanks. Something told me you'd offer. I hope I can spend the night. In bed together. I mean... So... Either... he spends the night on the sofa. Spends the night just downing alcohol. You still won't be able to drive home. Or we spend the night in bed. I mean, I can't say no to the homoeroticism that's been offered up to me, can I? Ken finished talking before I managed to cut in. In bed with you. In for the penny, I said to myself. I just got an achievement. Shall I switch to standby mode? Have Bliss join us. Looks like Kennedy nodded. We'd like you to stay with us, Bliss. Bliss smiled, dimmed the lights, and put on some romantic music. Ken first took off his glasses. I really hope we don't have a graphic sex scene. I need to be ready. If we've got an actual sex scene, I need to maybe turn off the game capture momentarily. Okay, thank God we don't. It was a really pleasant evening. It was a shame Ken had to go. Ken wants to meet and talk about his case. We hadn't discussed the time and place though. I can't believe it. You got an achievement for sleeping with Ken. No answer. I wonder if Bliss knew anything. I'm genuinely amazed that worked out in any capacity. That's genuinely great. That's genuinely great. Answering machine?
Name of customer here. I'm Phil Winter-Drew, your favourite skins dealer, making sure you look great in the net. Now, I'm not just talking about a designer jacket here, some swanky sunglasses there. Maybe that designer
Alright, I'll see you in a bit, Ping. See you in a bit. I'm not entirely sure how much longer the stream's gonna go, because we just got to the end of the case. But, I mean, another case would probably take me another 4 hours, so I'll likely end before I leave into the next one. But, I mean, I hope you enjoy your lunch. Hi. No idea why you turned off your mocktail. What are you, a Stegosaurus? This means that Yeti's coming tonight. It's low, really low. We're in Undercity. I'll be waiting for you. Wow, I accidentally skipped past this thing. Came across something interesting. There's no point talking about it now since you're not there. See ya. I didn't know what you meant by saying my mocktail was off. You just sensed me, but set a text instead. It's strange. It's not his stuff there, no? Good. Anything on the computer? Mail. Oh, from Bob Zappa. And Birdwatch command. Dear sir, if you're interested in my research is more than misguided politeness. I didn't read it. I sent a polite reply to a tuna. Duty calls, time is short. Wish them all the best. Ah, the bird watching guy. I was just being polite. Opening one from Bob Zappa. Life got completely upended. Unable to look at my wife after all this. We'll probably split up. I regret ever meeting you. How'd you Gamedec types even sleep at night? I mean, I feel a bit bad now. But I did do what he asked. Like, I looked into what his wife was doing. Can I do this now? Checks my account. Browse my fleet. Seems before. Okay. Harvest time? I mean, I do like harvest time. Your cows are crying. I don't even have any cows to get a premium account. Your uncle's turning over in his grave. I mean, I am the sheriff. That might be interesting. Deputy, you took it upon yourself to wear the star symbolising your commitment to High Rock community. They're waiting for you. Don't shop in town within the next 3 days, the star will be forfeit, and the inhabitants of High Rock will be left inconsolable. What about my cows, though? Rancher, your cows are crying. Your pumpkin patch is drying up. They stand idly by as your animals suffer and your crops go to waste. Earn gold coins. Breathe in the fresh air, smelling of nature and Wild West. We're waiting for you. And Uncle One? Rancher, we're writing out of concern. Your uncle left you a farm, a nice piece of land. Yet you've yet to touch a hoe. Shame on you. Visit your farm, get your hands dirty. Get the softness of strawberries. Lose yourself in nature. Make your uncle proud. I still don't want this one, but new blades? Love the smell of blood in the morning. If you do too, look at our newest blades. I'll be useful in the... Yep, cool. We're not ever wanting to look into that. We're not wanting to go into BDSM or anything, that's fine. Mail's fine. Anything in the net? No? Cool. How about Bliss? It's control panel, it's department's AI, my non-corporeal companion. Couch is fine. Well, I think that's probably a good point to leave off. I'm really actually quite liking this game. I understand it covers darker tones. I wasn't entirely certain after last time, just because it did get somewhat darker towards the end. It did again with this one. Like kids getting addicted to drugs in order to farm in-game loot boxes in Farmville. It's a weird time. I am actually liking it though. It's a fun game. I understand it's probably not for everyone, but I'm enjoying it. I'm having a good bash with it. But yeah, that'll probably be all for now. Let me stop save. I do actually wonder, is anyone else streaming this right now? So I could go raid someone if they are. Let me see, I'll check my phone. Let's see. Gamedec. No, I am the only person doing it. Anyone I'm following streaming? We've got Secure. I can go see Secure. Sure. Yeah, that should be all for now. Like I say, I'm enjoying this game. I do hope other people have been enjoying as well. It's certainly a bit of a weird one, but I mean, I'm having a blast. It's not quite up the same alley as your, what you call it, Disco Elysium. But yeah, it's been good. I hope the rest of you enjoy your day or evening or whatever it might be. And I mean, well, over to Secure and start talking about Vor to him, because that's apparently our thing. After Big Snake. But yeah, like I say, hope you enjoy the rest of your day or evening, and I'll see you next time. Bye for now.